Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Onward VR Master League Championships Round Robin Group A and Challenger Cup Final Pre-Show. We've got a doubleheader before we even get out the gate here today. And I'm going to start off with introducing the fantastic casters that are joining me on the desk today. Mr. Triple Nipple and Mr. Chatting Parrot. Trip, how are you doing?
I am doing great. Had a nice breakfast of some biscuits and gravy, and I'm ready to do 6 maps of casting.
Yeah, that's right. We've got a lot going on today. And joining us today is Mr. Chatting Parrot. He's going to be casting our Challenger Cup final. How are you today, buddy?
Lovely, but please send help. Thank you.
Yeah, it is early here for the West Coast and late for the Europe guys. I mean, we're kind of all over the place, but we are bringing the action to you nonetheless. And I'm going to get right into what we have to cover because we have a lot to cover and not a lot of time before we have to actually get into the game. So let's first talk about the Challenger Cup finals. And before we even do that, let's talk about the Challenger Cup from last week. We all tuned in. A couple of us casted it. Trip, what were your thoughts on the Challenger Cup, on the outcome? Rome and Five Horsemen coming out the 2 victors and duking it out for the final spot. And in general, what did you think?
Yeah, it was definitely surprising. Not the 2 teams that I had picked for the Challenger Cup finalists. Five Horsemen being brand new and Rome having come up all season long and making a really big push at the end of the season. But I think that it's going to be a good matchup. We're going to see that today with Chatting Parrot on OML 3. And, I don't know who to pick out of the 2. They're right next to each other on the standings, and I think it's going to be a great matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. Parrot, what about you? Any surprises come out of that last week?
Definitely. The whole stage A was a huge surprise. I was like sitting watching the pre-show from last week. I was like, what are you talking about? Pacifist is going to win easily. That's not got no worthy discussion. Just give me the Pacifist and and along comes the 5 Horsemen and just, do the thing.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, it was such an interesting series. So many upsets. I think it was the most upsets I think we'd seen in a wild card in quite some time. So. Yeah, it was a ton of fun. I am looking forward to rewatching the Challenger Cup final. And the reason I say that is because we now have to talk about... well, first, I'm going to do one thing before we go. Give me some predictions. Trip, you won't be casting it, but what do you think is going to be the outcome of that Challenger final? And you have a stake in it as your team is playing on Sunday.
Oh, yeah, but that implies that we're worried about either of the outcomes. No, I'm just kidding.
Wow.
Both these teams are great. I think it really matters. I know, they were politely bantering back and forth in the Onward Discord about like, oh, I feel sick. I'm not gonna be able to make it. Blah blah blah. So I think both teams are feeling really good, and I can't make a prediction. I mean, I really want to give it to Rome. Because they've got a more flexibility, I think, with the larger player pool. They've got all 8, and they've got snipers, they've got close range, they've got shield. Whereas 5 Horsemen only have 5 players, and they're pretty set in their strats. Like, they've got good strats, but I don't think they have enough time or people to flex to different strats. So if Rome's done their homework, they probably have the advantage here.
Parrot, sounds like you may have a different take on it. Let us know what that is now.
I just want to say, they only have 5 players because they only need 5 players. Just saying. No, but for real, as it is structured as a normal match, you define the normal league outcomes. It really comes down to maps. At first glance, I would definitely say it's more of a Rome thing. They have more games in general, but their win rate is not as high as the 70% win rate from the Horsey. So it is no clear take for me. It comes down to maps. We're going to see what they're going to pick, and then we're going to see how we're going to make use of that, horsepower.
Horsepower.
Oh, wow.
I like it. I like it. All right. Well, that is a good prediction. I am looking forward to seeing who is correct. On my side, I'm going to give it to Rome. They have had the championship experience already as a team. They've made it close to this far, if not this far already, I think last season even. So I'm going to give it to them based purely on experience, but we will see how that goes in just a few short, 20 minutes or so. So stick around for that. But let's get to sort of the heat of the meat. Trip and I are going to be bringing you the round robin Group A play from this fine Saturday morning, and we've got a lot of fantastic teams. So round robin in this case is our quarterfinals. So we've got a total of 8 teams competing for the final 4 spots in the semis. And in Group A, which is the one we're going to talk about today, we've got 4 teams: Beginners, Mayhem, G-Men, and Danglers. That is our starting 4, as it were. So we've got 1 EU team and 3 NA teams competing in it. It's going to be a pretty intense series. A lot of these teams, we don't have a ton of time to get into the sort of the individual aspects of each team, but we do want to note that it is, again, 1 EU, 3 NA, and I believe tomorrow it's 1 EU and 3 NA as well. So what are your guys' thoughts on... So last year we had like an NA-EU sort of versus match. What are your thoughts on the sort of mixing of teams, and what do you think is going to be the deciding factor for who wins today? Don't pick a prediction yet. Just give me sort of what you think is going to be taking place based on the types of teams that are in right now. Trip.
I think that what's going to determine it for this round robin Group A is who can stay the most fluid. We've got Mayhem and Danglers, who are chaos incarnate, and then we've got G-Men, who is a pretty solid structured team, and Beginners, who's a very structured team. So whoever can adapt to the other team's playstyle the most is really where I think the advantage is going to be, or whoever can just corral the Danglers. Also
Yeah.
a good way to go.
That is very true. Yeah, there's some interesting characters on that team. Parrot, what about you? What do you think is going to differentiate? Like how are these teams going to have to play in order to get out of this group stage?
Yeah, it all comes down, I guess, to one factor, and that is to adjust to the pace of the game. You see, like, the game, if I talk about beginners, admittedly, I'm not an expert as I'm hanging with my low-life friends in the low-life corner of the low-life EU League. It is, beginners have a certain pace. They start off slow, then choose a point and engage all in. When it comes to Americans, they're way less patient. They have their very fluent, very aggressive play. So we're gonna see if the teams are able to adjust to the pace of the enemy and therefore be able to be so fluid that the water is running through the fingers of the enemy. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I actually do understand. that does make a lot of sense. I think you guys are hitting the nail on the head. I think it is going to come down to fluidity and patience, right? It's going to be the team that can adapt the best, the team that can stay consistent. And honestly, this is kind of a marathon. And what makes it all the more difficult is that unlike wildcards, which sort of has a slew of teams in varying difficulty for certain teams, this is top tier teams back to back to back. I mean, that is a huge deal. It's not the same as playing a scrim against somebody who is, a few steps below you in rankings, or who may not be a team that has been around for a long time. These are established teams playing at the highest level that they've played at consistently for almost 6 hours. This is an endurance race as much as it is a skill race. Well, I like that we have our idea about how it's going to go, but now I need to know, what are your feelings on it? How do you think, which team are you riding on, and why are you riding on that team? We're going to start with you, Parrot. Parrot?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry.
No,
I was
fine.
giggling at your very nice choosing of words. I'm riding on numbers. That is my style of prediction. As I'm German, I have to stick to numbers. And the numbers and the history are all talking beginners. Let's say the spring from last season, definitely beginners. We have the Europe season winners, beginners from season 6. Season 5, beginners. It's always beginners, and sort of global canon there. But, I smell and do feel the beginners.
Trip, what about you?
Well, it's worth mentioning that the top 2 teams from this group move on to the semifinals. Yeah.
Sure.
So you got to pick 2, Parrot. Who's your second place?
Oh, no, you got me on the wrong foot.
You didn't do the math for that, did you?
No, you got me. What I'm gonna choose, I guess G-Man. Just gonna say G-Man because it reminds me of Gary's mod. Just gonna say G-Man.
What a prediction. Trip, what about you?
Yeah, whatever.
That's the kind of predictions I like. Yeah, I mean, definitely gonna have to give it to beginners because historically speaking, beginners are one of the strongest teams in Onward. They've taken a couple losses this season, so there is that to account for, but none of the teams that took those losses are in this group today, so I don't know if they have to worry about it. And then for the second place, I think it depends on what danglers we see show up. We've seen danglers play really well, we've seen them play really badly, and we've seen them play and not actually play Onward. So, there's that, and it depends on how they play today and whether they can focus. G-Men, always tight, definitely one not to be trifled with. So, in my head, it's going to be beginners and G-Men, but danglers could throw that off. Mayhem could do it too. I mean, I can't count them out, but they are the new guy on the block.
Yeah, I mean, championship danglers is something very, very different from seasoned danglers. And I think a lot of that comes down to the fact that they can win without doing a lot of the effort. They just have the raw talent. But where they struggle lately, especially, is in this postseason, is when they have to get serious and yet still keep that sort of thing about their team alive that lets them win, which is that spontaneity, that quick play. And it's something that they've struggled with in the last few seasons. They get into their own heads, and they're let down when it comes down to the wire. So I'm going to change up my predictions a little bit. I'm going to say that this could very well be a Mayhem Danglers. I'm going to go the complete opposite way and say Mayhem Danglers could take this group stage simply because of the factor of surprise. I feel like Mayhem has a lot up their sleeve still. We saw a lot in the regular season, almost upsetting Globochem a few times in their regular play, taking quarantine both times in their matches. It was a huge deal. And again, Danglers is one of those teams that honestly you just can't bet against. Like, it is, I can always bet on G-Men, I can always bet on beginners, but I can't bet against Danglers in any specific situation. So I'm gonna put my horse in those 2 races for today. But I mean, I think that does about it for our pre-show coverage. Do you guys have any final thoughts? I mean, I'm going to give the structure to what's going to happen right after, but is there anything else you guys feel like needs mentioning before we kick people over to a short break and start off these games? Trip?
I think we covered most of it. Good luck to all the teams out there. Shout out to Sleepy and Nightfire watching this from DreamHack. You can't go anywhere and not have your on with you. So
hi, DreamHack, we love you. Parrot, what about you?
You don't even know these people. I cannot love you. Don't know. Hydrate yourself. That's what I say.
Oh yeah, good call. Good call. Stay hydrated, both in game and for the casters and for the people watching. It's important. Okay, so the format that we're going to be dealing with here today is Master League 1 and Master League 2 will both be having games going concurrently. We're going to be doing each stage of the round robin. All the games will be cast as we go through. So Beginners and Mayhem will be on Master League 1, which is right where you are. Don't go anywhere if you want to watch that. And over with Trip as the host, Master League 2 will be carrying G-Men and Danglers as part of the first round. Mr. Parrot is going to be on Master League 3 with the Challenger Cup final. That is deciding the 4th team that will be going to the group stage B tomorrow. So tune in there. Or tune into all 3, honestly. Why limit yourself to just one channel of Onward? It seems so silly. Yeah, everything. Get all of the casting in your blood right now. But we are going to take a short intermission here while we get set up and get the teams in lobbies. And then we are going to start off the Master League Championship Round Robin Group A. Love saying all those words all in a row. Stick around. Don't go anywhere. We will be back as soon as possible. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the VR Master League Championships Group A Round 1 match. If you joined us for the pre-show, you know exactly what's coming at you here today. We have got the round-robin Group A stage for the Onward Championships, which is 4 teams going head-to-head. The top 2 will advance to the semifinals next week. And they're going to be playing a total of 3 rounds in order to do so. And we're bringing you the first round here between 2 fantastic teams, Beginners versus Mayhem. I am so excited to get this show on the road. So we're gonna skip all the formalities. We're gonna skip all the niceties. We're just gonna get right into the picks and bans. So far, I'm still waiting on the teams to get into a lobby. But in the meantime, we do have our bans from both sides. So the away ban in this case is going to be on the Mayhem side. And the away ban came out as Suburbia. That's going to be the first map out. And we'll talk about the choices themselves right after we get our home ban. And our home ban from the beginner side is Q1, which is an interesting choice. So these 2 bans are not necessarily surprising to me. Q1 making sense from the beginner side, as Mayhem is likely the strongest on that map out of any of the maps they play. They've taken it from Globochem twice, which is a pretty big telling factor for how solid they can be on that map. Globochem definitely very strong on Q1, if not one of the strongest teams. The Suburbia ban is kind of interesting, but the beginners do have a very interesting playstyle on it. They're not too fast, not too slow. They kind of have that in-between style of play. They can rush. They can sit back and get their picks long range. It's a little too variable for some teams to be able to handle, so it does make sense in the context of this championship. Now, it is important to note, as you guys do see on our map selection screen here, that there are only 2 maps. So it is we'll call it a best of 2, but it really is just a 2-game series. So the teams will play 2 maps. They will play 3 different rounds, so that is 6 maps in total. And then the top 2 teams, based on score or bucals or point differential or tiebreaker, will decide who moves on to the semis. So this game in and of itself does not decide too much, but as we get later into the day and we get through our second and especially our third matchups, we will definitely see 2 teams come out of this, and 2 teams will be on the sidelines, not going home. They should already be home, so that's at least good for them there, but they are going to unfortunately be knocked out of the semi-stages, which will be next week, next Saturday, around this time, if I'm not mistaken, maybe perhaps a little bit later, but do join us for that. So we are now just getting into our lobbies with the 2 teams, and we do have our first map pick. That map pick is going to be, drum roll please, it's going to be Downfall. So this is the beginner's choice. Beginners will start off on Downfall as their first map. It is the quintessential beginner's map, I think. It is a map that requires no small amount of patience. It is a map that requires pretty intricate game knowledge, both across equipment utilization, long-range engagements, CQB, pretty much everything. You have to cover the entire gamut here. You have to be, if you're aggressive, you have to know your angles. You have to know where you can be caught out from. If you're playing slow, you have to know how much time it takes to cross the map. It's I think one of the largest maps, at least that is played in league play. So there's a lot of information. There's a wealth of information to be had about Downfall, and beginners definitely have that information. We have seen them time and time again prove themselves to be the sort of surprise hit when it comes to Downfall, upsetting Globochem in a series just last season. to take a victory. So, I mean, I'm excited to watch this. Mayhem, though, is, again, no slouch. I mean, this is not a team that you can really underestimate when it comes to their playing ability and especially their long range. They've got Defilade, they've got Technic, James Boak. All of these players have proven themselves to be threats at range, and beginners have to be ready for it. They cannot come into this expecting a win. They have to expect at least a fair bit of opposition. This is not, by any stretch of the imagination, going to be a pushover matchup for them. But we do have our teams already in the lobby, so we're going to be getting into our action here pretty soon. I'm going to bring in the game audio, and we're going to be jumping into our first match here in just a moment. The objective we're going to be dealing with on Downfall is the Butcher Shop objective in the west, the helicopter bungalow, the ice cream truck courtyard, whatever you want to call it. There's a call out for every team. But we're going to be dealing with that objective first. Beginners will be on offense, attacking, and Mayhem will be on the defense here. So we will see exactly what happens here, and as if almost on cue, the teams are ready and getting into it. So let us get into our first round. Yeah, let's get into our first round of the round robin Group A, round one of round one. You can hear the excitement there from the Mayhem guys. Very stoked. Beginners getting that quick spawn, laying down a lot of fire early. Take a look at this pre-fire. Yeah, they're sending it through the smoke, trying to make sure nobody gets through. More pre-fire coming out here. Two positions giving away their spawn early. It's an interesting play. Not a lot of teams will opt to do this. They will opt to keep their spawn hidden. But the beginners wanted to get as many down in the beginning as possible. Unfortunately, not able to find any picks there. So Mayhem able to get 5 strong into their proper positions. The first one to run into potentially some issues here is James, as Woods has his eyes trained on the upstairs of this 2-story. Still scanning. James keeping it pretty tight on his defense. He's not going to peek out too far. Those boxes just barely obfuscating his position. And if we take a look at the overhead map as the beginners start to get set up, you can see they're doing that sort of encircling, that half-moon offense that we see from them so often. Getting into position and starting to apply pressure from all sides. A little bit of gunfire coming down from Kev on the south. This is an interesting beginners offense. I really have not seen a lot of this sort of take shots when everyone is not in position style of play, but you know, we could be seeing something new here, keeping Mayhem's attention focused on the south while 3 are in the north. You can hear the radio chirping there of Kev, but we cannot hear the audio. That is communication coming out from his team. So likely just radioing in their information, letting their teammates know how far they've gotten, what they've seen so far. The defense set up pretty tight. Not a lot of variation in this defense. Not terribly surprising, and no real weak points that I can see. Let's take a look over here. Killinger starting to push down to the West Red truck. Killinger, the captain of the beginners, the field commander, as it were, letting everybody know what their positions should be. Leading the charge for the beginners, and then the south side starting to push in as well. Killinger sending a few rounds down upstairs to that helicopter 2-story. No one going to be there just yet. So far, these are all just sort of poke and hope shots. 3 minutes left. Some shots coming down from Kev. Also down towards common positions. Most of these, again, are not in relation to any particular spot. I don't think anybody's been spotted out yet that I know of. Smoils tells Kev he's leaving him. We just witnessed a breakup here. Kev gonna have to make this cross alone as he sends a few more rounds down upstairs into that 2-story helicopter building. Killinger already on the inside of the dark room at 2-story. James will be hearing all of these call-outs. Oh, excuse my zoom there. And there it is. The call-outs will come out on both sides. James opting to let his team know Killinger is there. Ooh, a nice little toss of that grenade up to the upstairs. Does not find any purchase, however, and it's just 2 minutes left as beginners start to close in. Taking a look at the overhead map, you can see they're starting to constrict around the defense. Still 5v5, no one down just yet for either side. I think the first pick is going to help decide who takes this first round. Shots coming out towards the basement. James Boak now pinned based on Killinger's callouts. More gunfire coming in from IC Woods, just keeping that suppression up. Potato Bot's going to be the first one to find a pick, and Killinger will go down to a very nice little pick here as he rounds the corner, and that's going to make it 4 for beginners, minute and a half left. Smoils with the unfortunate team kill of Kev. James finds IC Woods, and beginners are falling apart already. Woods 43 manages to find that refrag, but Defilade is going to be the one who punishes him, leaving it all up. 60 seconds to Smoils. The unfortunate team kill from him going to set his team back a member, and now he's really going to have to work for this one if he wants to keep his team in it. Defense doesn't really have to do a lot of changes. They're still 4 strong. Only losing the one in the north there. I don't think Mayhem is aware of his position. I think there was a flurry of gunfire. Would have been hard to keep track of this count. But 33 seconds. Oh, and Defilade keeping very good track from that brothel window will give Mayhem their defensive win here in this first map. Taking a look at the scoreline there, Defilade picking up 2, Potato Bot and James each with a pick. And unfortunately for Smoils, finding the head of Kev. It's going to put him down 1 here, so he's going to have to fight his way back to stay positive and impact some change. Hopefully in a much more positive way. Mayhem taking that first round of downfall is going to be a very big deal here. The way I usually see it is the team that wins the first round definitely sets the tone for the rest of the game. That being said, beginners is the type to sort of take a few on the chin and then adapt properly to the strategy that is beating them. So they're not out of this by any stretch of the imagination. It is only the first round, but it is going to be a tough battle for them as they don't start on their leading foot, as it were. And the timer is going off, which means we are getting into our second round already. Beginners on the defense now for this objective. Round 2 is underway. We're seeing a pretty similar spread here. The offense, however, getting that south spawn instead. Wood's going to be making it into the brothel building, 2 going center hotel, 2 towards that north helicopter 2-story, and that is going to be the defensive setup here as we get into round 2. The offense setting up in the south. 2 in the far south hills. Just take a quick peek here. 2 in the far south hills. Right up there. Those are our resident snipers, Wookiee and Technic. Defilade also a long-range threat there on the rock. And then we have got 2 heading now north as Potato Bot and James both take up their positions. And we will see what this Mayhem approach looks like and how it differs from beginners. Already we're seeing it's not quite Half Moon. They're kind of going for the what we call the hammer and anvil approach, where you take a series of players, set them up on the south side or the north side of a particular objective, and then sort of sweep down from the other side and try to pinch them together. We'll see if that pans out for them as Defilade starts pushing up. Nice and early. This could be dangerous for him. Being out by yourself without a lot of cover fire is...
Center Hotel Brothel, and then south side dark room North Brothel.
Interesting. So the callouts from Defilade coming out. Looks like they did spot out a few of the positions already. Some of those callouts were correct. I think at least one of them was not correct, but they are now getting set up. Defilade making the callouts for his team's positioning. Let's take a look at the snipers here
Center
up top.
Hotel, I have no visual.
No Joy, Center Hotel.
So Technic here calling out to Wookie, and Wookie using the
Dark
radio.
room of Northwest Brothel. I can't see any movement.
Dark room of North Hotel. What'd you say? North Hotel?
Northwest Brothel.
Dark room, Northwest Brothel. He doesn't see any movement.
So an interesting setup here, and let's take a look from the view of Technic. Oh, you can't. That scope is
They're really tucked.
unfortunate in this view, but yeah, the callouts coming out that they are tucked in, which should be not very surprising for the Mayhem boys, as beginners do tend to play pretty close to the objective, especially on downfall. And beginners will know that they have got that long-range threat.
Rockwall, North Brothel.
3 minutes burned. Still almost no gunfire. Actually, I'm pretty sure no gunfire.
I'm at the rock wall between South Guard and Dumpster.
Offense just now getting set up. Let's check in with James and Potato here in the north. Getting set up here at the red car, starting to push down and through. So they are getting a lot of purchase. The big problem is going to be getting those guys off of the South Hills and getting them somewhere where they can make an impact. If you lose these forward three, the last two with their sniper rifles will not
Hotel is one.
will not have much luck. With long-range weapons like that and long-range scopes, you're going to have a hard time making any sort of impact at close range. Couple of shots coming out there from IC Woods towards James' position as he crossed to West Red Truck. And now the smoke's coming out from Defilade's side. It's actually a pretty okay placement. We'll block that door temporarily, which should give him a little bit of breathing room if he decides to cross over the top. Killinger just sort of peeking top of the doorway. The grenade comes out as a check. No one pushing up on the outside of the Center Hotel yet. Shots from Woods onto the West Red Truck, as he says. Potato Bot sending a few rounds down his way. Will he be able to find the shots? Both missing. Pretty key shots here. Potato Bot going to be the one in the most trouble as he is outside.
Yep.
The smoke is set up. The bullets are going down towards Woods. Potato Bot is on the inside. James, however, finding the wrong end of the barrel as Kev finds him from upstairs. And now Potato Bot will have to deal with 3 on his own, potentially. If he does make it through the south. Ooh, Kev could have peeked that one and found it. Defilade now pushing in through Center Hotel. We've got some offense, but the south still rushing in. They're not here yet. Killinger will find the pick onto Defilade as he makes his push down. Potato Bot will refrag for IC Woods upstairs, and Potato Bot's already inside the basement. Smoils is there with him. Surprisingly did not rush out, but does find him in the end as Killinger finds the assist. And now it is just the 2 gentlemen from the south as Wookie rushes the roof and finds Killinger. The lone sniper, now Technic and Wookie, the last 2 left. 2 beginners left here as Kev finds Technic. That is going to likely be enough. Wookie now tossing the smokes out. This is not an advantageous defensive position for them. I don't know if they know they've got Killinger dead as Wookie pushes up to the objective. Kev is going to be rushing around. Oh, Wookie takes Pat out. Kev makes the proper check, and there it is. Beginners will take their first defensive round as well. Not a bad play. Almost a slip up by the defense there for the Beginners. Saved. Saved by Kev. So he picks up 3 that round. Killinger with 2. Not a bad overall series by Mayhem, but definitely punished for that 2 South players that they had pushed in late. Had they just waited, I think, for those 2 to come down off the hill and get set up in a more advantageous position, like for example, if Technic had taken up the West Hills and had the same push come out from Wookie, he could have covered as Wookie took his tablet out. Kev came around that corner. Would have been a good chance for him to pick off at range. But he was not actually able to make it across West Street, I don't think. I think the defense had found him there already. But a good play nonetheless. Very close for the Mayhem boys, almost taking it to 3-0, but instead a 1-1. What a difference one round can make in this game. All right, we are into our 3rd round. Mayhem now on the defense for the North HQ objective. The Beginners getting that same southeast spawn. James will be pushing up pretty aggressively here as the Beginners start to make their spread. Woods and his brother will be heading down towards the north as Smoils pushes the mid. Leaving Killinger and Kev to be pushing that south side. So again, setting up. Take a look at the overhead map. They're setting up in a firing line. They're trying to get as many angles as they can from as many different positions as possible. Also limits the defense's ability to make sort of a multi-kill peak on any one of them. You can hear Icy Woods radio chirping here. Every couple of seconds, lots of call-outs coming out. Shots from Kev. Looks like the same sort of distractionary shots that we heard in their first offensive round, sending it down into sort of the common positions.
Should I try and sneak round the southwest then?
Now there's a bit of strategic conversation going on about which way they decided to push this. Smoils already in the middle wall here is going to be a big deal for James. Actually, James is on the inside of the basement. He's not in the dark room. Had he been in the dark room, would have been a very solid pick for him, but a dangerous peak to make at this stage. Icy Woods and Killinger here in West Red Truck.
I'm pushing to West Red Truck for -20.
Killinger pushing out to West Red Truck now. He's going to be making the peek out towards the crater building, but if he stays tucked in and quiet, he should sneak up to James here pretty easily. I don't know if James will be expecting this necessarily. Would not have heard the call-outs just yet. Kev sending a few more rounds down as pre-fire from the south. Sort of tell based on the cadence that it's pre-fire. He's just trying to keep a window tucked in if there is somebody in a window. A little bit more suppressive fire coming out from the Beginners, just trying to keep everybody tucked in. It's such a It's such a simple factor, but it can be so challenging to pull off properly, both in the ammo management context and in actually shooting the right windows and actually knowing where your defenders are in order to keep them from being able to peek you. Killinger now making enough noise that does alert James that there should be somebody in this building behind him. 2 minutes and 45 seconds is the call out from Killinger that they do have very little time left. Potato Bot could be the first one again to find a pick as Icy Woods goes down at West Red Truck. Kev will find that refrag, though, as he does get the proper positioning call out. And now we're going to see Defilade in danger here. Is Kev going to make the peak? I mean, that is not a free kill, but a pretty simple kill. Especially now that Defilade is firing. He does find Woods 43. He's in danger from Kev making the peak. Kev does find Defilade. That's going to make it a 3v3. I was going to say with 2 Resible, but only 1 Resible now on the offensive side. Be a pretty difficult defense. An offensive res to take here. James seemingly throwing the Molotov out towards Killinger's position. Oh, and the poor rotation timing. James pushes out as the nade comes in. Killinger will find the pick. That is a 3v2 now, 1 minute, 30 seconds left. Smoke coming out was going to alert Wookie, but is he going to have enough visuals here to take the shots? Moyles makes the cross towards objective. He does find the pick on Technic in the basement. Now it's just one member. Wookie has to be pushing out. He does indeed, and Kev will find the pick. Beginners take their second point and go up on the series for the first time. Kev, the MVP there. 6 kills. 1 death, finding 3 again, I believe. Oh, what a fantastic series. A difficult approach there by the Beginners, losing 1 early, but Kev able to find those 2 key refrags from the rooftop in Potato Bot and Defilade. Losing those was all it took for the push from the southeast side to finally be able to crash through, and for Killinger to make his way up to West Red Truck and find that fantastic nade versus James in that basement. That unfortunate rotation. Had he stayed tucked in that room, he would have been perfectly safe. Well, at least from the grenade. But instead rushes out, tries to change position a little too late, and gets punished for it. It is going to be Beginner's turn to defend the same North HQ objective here once the timer starts. I assume we're going to be seeing the same sort of tucked in defense that we saw on their first defensive round. Should not alter too much. Maybe a shift towards the north just to cover the objective a little bit better. Now round 4 underway. Beginners on the defense, leading for the first time in the series 2-1. Getting set up pretty close to objective. Nothing too surprising here. Moyles and Kev covering 2-story helicopter. Killinger down in the crater building. Icy Woods and Woods 43 sort of hunkered down in the west, and we're seeing the same 3-2 spread here from Mayhem. The only difference being they're only sending 1 up on the far south hills. No spotter this time. For, I imagine, Technic would be the one up on the south hill. James and Potato Bot getting set up on this northern cross. Let's take a look at Technic's position here.
I just scouted out North Hotel. Did not see anyone.
So call-outs coming out there as he does sort of pre-flight checks, and he had to have been expecting that as the beginners start to pin him down. And that is going to be from, yep, that is the wall. That is going to be the wall. Oops, sorry about that. It's kind of hard to see the wall from here, but if we take a direct line to where he's getting shot at from, it is Mr. Icy Woods here that is sending those rounds down. Thank you, Woods, for helping me illustrate my point. So Technic now under fire, gonna have a hard time getting off of that south hill without being spotted unless somebody finds the head of Icy Woods behind this wall. Gonna be a tough ask. The gentleman in the north still sort of waiting for information, trying to figure out where it is that they have the best chance of punching through. A lot of communication coming out from the beginners, even in this quiet period.
There are shots coming from somewhere over there, Northwest Brothel or the sandbags.
Neither of those call-outs exactly correct. Shots were coming from that northwest wall, not quite sandbags. And Brothel currently is unoccupied, but Defilade getting this North Hotel will be useful, not for long, but could give him a little bit of information. It's just going to be dangerous for him to stick up here too long, as Icy Woods could peek this crow's nest. No one else really has a line on this yet. Icy Woods the only one.
Yeah, snipers. It was sniper fire and it was on me.
Icy Woods taking a little bit of fire there, it sounds like, returning the favor and communicating it to the team, letting them know he was taking some shots there from the south. Potato Bot and James at the 3-minute mark, only at East Red Truck. Gonna have to start constricting a little bit here, and that gentleman in the south, Technic, on that hill is gonna need to find a way to make an impact before Mayhem is forced to push in close. If you're going to attack beginners 5 strong, you need to be 5 strong. Ooh, there it is! And James will find the head of Woods 43. So he makes a nice little peek there. We'll take down the helicopter bungalow defender. And now smokes are coming out. I think some of those are from the defense. I would be surprised if somebody from Marsoc got those smokes in position. Tatobot starting to push down here. Not going to run into Killinger. Oh, I lied. Killinger does find the tight angle in the window. What? I mean, just take a look at this. He shot through this little corner of this window out towards that East Red Truck. That is going to equalize things. And Technic is going to be the one that does find Icy Woods in the end. Icy Woods could not stay safe long enough behind that wall. Kev maybe spotted out Wookie? I'm not actually sure. The constriction coming in from the Mayhem side as they start pushing down from the north as well as the south. More sniper shots coming in from the south. Technic finds another in Kev, and that is going to be huge for him. Killinger finds Defilade as he pushes in through the south. I'm sorry, through the north. James is on objective, ballsy, but Killinger punishes the hubris, and Wookie cleaning up Smoils is going to make it dangerous for Killinger to stay in his current position. Kev will be doing the callouts. He's got to find the rotation. Wookie pushing through down towards the objective basement. Killinger not going to find the shots. He's got to rotate, but Wookie's going to have pad out. This could be a cap. This could be a cap for beginners. Why did Killinger not rotate? There it is. Mayhem go up. 3-2. Killinger not going to find the kill in time. Unbelievable. Mayhem pulling out the cap in the end there. Fantastic push despite Killinger's defense. Able to get exactly what they needed to get. Ooh, my apologies. Oh, we seem to be having a bit of a gameplay. Ah, I see here. There we go. All fixed. My apologies, ladies and gentlemen. You know, you gotta run a few things all at once. Sometimes something slips by. Had to be one thing. My apologies. You will now be seeing the full screen every time as we get into the future rounds. But the cap there coming out from Mayhem was fantastic. Beginners now on the back foot again as Mayhem go on to their defensive round. All right, the round is starting. This time, we have got the right camera set up, ladies and gentlemen. We have got it. The video is properly showing in our screens. Gameplay is underway as round 5 kicks off. Mayhem on the defense now for this South HQ objective. Beginners getting that northeast spawn. James will be on the defense as close as possible. Beginners getting set up in their common positions. Killinger and Kev pushing down and through. And again, we're seeing that half moon from the offense. And just like that, Kev will find his first pick on the hill here. Technic will be on the inside hill. Not ready for this eastern push at all. I'm surprised they didn't send anybody to the east. Definitely the only one in a position to really cover anything from the east, but even he is tucked in on the dark room. He's going to have to deal with Killinger pretty soon. And that's exactly what beginners need here in the 5th round. They're going to need to find themselves a win on Marsoc one way or the other because they cannot let Mayhem take this first round. That is going to put them in a very disadvantageous position for the rest of this series. Killinger sending a few rounds down. Not sure if that was an accident.
Okay.
Defilade not made a call out yet.
Be careful, they're gonna be looking for it from east down Falkov and so.
Killinger just looking for any long-range picks. Mayhem staying just out of sight here. I wonder.
Okay, we wanted to Alcove, not Marson.
Ooh, Killinger heard something. Defilade's going to be in trouble now. Kev sending a few rounds down just to keep Defilade on his toes. It's going to be a tricky, tricky situation for Defilade if Killinger can find the correct angle. He does, but the trade will come out. Both will be downed.
I got him. I got him. There's 2 more up here.
Oh, actually, no, Killinger is completely out. I could have sworn that said down, but no, Killinger is completely out. Defilade now just down, able to give a little bit of information. Kev, I'm curious. Oh, he can't catch the angle there.
Nobody's come for the pickup yet, or the kills. They're somewhere else.
Oh, not Defilade's camera that I want to be on there. I want to be in Kev's view. Kev is looking for the body, but he's not able to see it from that angle. Let's check in now with our push in the south here as Woods sort of gets set up on the backside of objective. This is gonna be dangerous for anybody in that objective room. You can see his reticle very close to that position. James is going to be in trouble if he doesn't stay tucked in. So that south push is not going to be something they're going to be ready for. Smoils and Woods making their push through the northwest. Kev will confirm Defilade in that North Marsoc. No surprise there. 4v3 now. Beginners with the advantage, but 2 minutes left. They're going to have to push through. Will Wookie be ready for the Woods and Smoils push in the center hotel here? He is going to hear that audio. Smoils, I think, sings?
Someone's on Wookie. It sounds like there's 2 center hotel.
Wookie will tuck in. Smoils finds the upstairs, which could be extremely dangerous if they're not careful. Woods 43 already on the inside wall here. Defilade's defensive position allows that to happen. Woods on the west wall. Potato Bot staying pinned from that south push. Woods now on the downstairs. Wookie and Smoils in a standoff in center hotel. Woods rushing upstairs. Is Potato Bot going to find Woods? Smoils does find Wookie. That's going to make it a 4v2. Woods not able to make the trade. And Potato finds that kill. Now 3v2. Kev pushing through South Valley is going to need to find James on the objective if he wants to try to cap. But Potato Bot's got the defense locked down. 2v2, 40 seconds left. Smoils pushing from one side. Woods pushing from the other. I see Woods pushing in now. Smoils is going to find Potato Bot in that south group. James finds Icy Woods. It's a 1v1. Smoils on the corner. 30 seconds left. Smoils with the unbelievable shot with the machine gun through the window. Will find Beginners their 3 points. And they will tie the series up and go on defense here in map 1. Oh, I lost my words. I lost words on that play. A fantastic series on both sides. Pick for pick, shot for shot. They were trading down to the last man, and Smoils, that fantastic play in the window, is going to find the victory for Beginners on that round. We're going down to the final round. Who is going to take it? Beginners on defense, or Mayhem pulling out some kind of crazy offense like we just saw them pull out in their last offensive series? I genuinely cannot tell you, folks. What a series it has been. My goodness, ladies and gentlemen, it has been a good one. Thank you all for tuning in, whether you're sitting at home and watching as you would normally do, or if you're at the DreamHack Atlanta event. Welcome everybody new and old. So glad you guys could join us for what is turning out to already be a fantastic series. We are just in the first matchup. I mean, this is the first map of the first matchup of the day. We've got many, many hours of this coming at you today. Do not go anywhere. If it's like this now, I don't even want to know what the rest of the day is going to be like. Round 6, kicking off. Beginners on the defense, looking to make their hold. They were down twice in this series already. Able to fight back both times. Mayhem getting that cap, that key cap in round 3. Beginners able to fight their way back despite Mayhem keeping them on their toes the whole time. Now, the final round of this first map. James and Potato pushing up the west street. 3 still in the northeast. Gonna have to find their way separately. Shots coming out Into the smoke from James. I mean, you gotta check it. You know, you gotta check it with the smoke. He's not gonna find the pick there as the defender stays tucked in. Woods 43 not able to make those stairs like he wanted to. I mean, those smokes were in the right spot, but that's kind of the problem. You highlight the place you want to go with smokes, someone's gonna put rounds into it if they can. Woods 43 now has to rethink his defensive situation, at least for the moment. Let's see here. We've got Wookie pushing out into the east. Defilade making his way from the brothels. And more gunfire coming out from the Killinger side.
To the east crater.
Oh, fuck. He's northeast behind the building.
Language, Smoils. Smoils checking the east now. Will he be able to find this pick? Icy Woods will find Technic. That's the first pick.
We got him, but he's not dead.
Wookie is going to find a frag onto Smoils, however, and even things out quickly as Icy Woods sends more rounds down towards that direction. That will find Wookie. 4v3 is the final count so far. Icy Woods with 2 very key picks there, leaving just these 3 members of Mayhem as they push down through the north. And, I mean, everyone's staring at them. You know, like, this is performance anxiety at its finest. Some shots coming out towards that window. James not aware that Woods 43 did not make that cross.
Running low on ammo.
That's not something you want to hear. James running a little low on ammo after that pre-fire into the smoke. Again, we were talking about that earlier, that it's a balancing act. It is a it's a difficult call to make. Do you spend a bunch of your limited ammunition on keeping, suppression fire going? Or do you just let people make their positions and try to combat them once they're in there? It's a tough call to make. Defilade and Killinger just maybe 40 yards apart here. If Defilade can get into this room and find the pick onto Killinger, it would be massive. It's going to be hard with Icy Woods covering the back there and Woods 43 on the south hill, but still, it would be a massive pick to allow Mayhem to push up on this west road. A little bit more suppressive fire coming from Woods. No effect there.
Possibly one by the tank in the east.
Ooh, an erroneous call out there. Nobody by the tank in the east. Might end up splitting the defense a little bit. Defilade sending a few smoke grenades out. I like the one in the east. It's forcing Icy Woods to make a check for a place that there is no member of the offense. This is a huge play from Defilade. Could be the thing they need. Killinger still eyeballing for somebody pushing down this side. Oh, if Defilade just pushed in through the other side, he'd probably be able to find it. And the grenade from Icy Woods is so close. Defilade rotating exactly to the position that Icy Woods is watching now. The distraction play not quite working, but Icy Woods gives up the angle. Defilade spots him out. Icy Woods will find the shots first, and that's going to make it a 4v2. A very tough push here for Mayhem. Minute and 30 left. James, Potato Bot, the last 2 left. The distraction in the... Oh no, and the south is gone, and so is James. Potato Bot, the last one left. Minute 20 seconds left. 4 members of Beginners. It's all but over here on map 1 for Mayhem. But Potato Bot not out of it yet. Callouts coming out. He's not going to be calling out to too many people as he's the last one alive, and he takes shots from Woods 43 in the ravine, and Beginners down several times in this round will take the first map 4-3. And what a scoreline there. Kev, 9 kills. Killinger with 7. Potato Bot on his side, carrying 7 for Mayhem, but not quite enough, as Beginners will take this first map. Oh boy, what a series it has been so far, folks. Don't go anywhere. We got map 2 coming up in just a few moments. you may be hearing the sounds of our second map already. Or you may not. I sure am. Our second map is going to be, and just to refresh, Quarantine and Suburbia were the bands. It is going to be Subway. Subway. Oh boy, this map. What an interesting choice by Mayhem. Mayhem will have gotten the first pick here. And an interesting place to take beginners. I have not seen a lot of beginners play on Subway. I don't really know what to expect. And honestly, I haven't seen a lot of Mayhem play on Subway either. It's going to be an interesting map for sure. I'm at a loss for sort of strategic guesses here. I think normally you associate Subway with shield play, strong sort of defensive positioning. I mean, both teams have good defensive positioning, but there is no shield play. I don't really know who's going to make the put. Like, if I'm looking at the rosters, I could see maybe Killinger taking a shield, perhaps, on the beginner side. I don't know about Mayhem, though. I haven't really seen anybody. Maybe Potato, I think, once with a shield. I don't know. It's going to be an interesting series, though. The first objective is going to be a fun one, too. It's going to be the upstairs Chinatown objective. We will see how that all shakes out here in just a few moments as the teams get their strategies ready. In the meantime, I do want to take a moment to thank our sponsors, VR Cover and ProTube VR, for sponsoring the league and all the prizes that these fine teams are duking it out for. If you haven't checked out their fantastic products, they are must-haves for VR. Absolutely must-haves. I personally own them. I use them all the time. Don't dilly-dally. And again, thank you to our viewers and sponsors and everyone, the teams. It takes a lot to put all this together, and we're all glad to have you here with us. Just waiting on the teams to get going here. If you've got some predictions, toss them up in the chat. Let us know who you think is going to be taking this round. All right, the sounds are in. The beeps, they're all here. Mayhem versus the beginners, map 2, round 1, now kicking off.
I was thinking about just sitting up
Right
here
before
for
your very eyes.
Just let them push out. I see. Let them push out a bit.
Beginners opting to, sounding like they're going to tuck in on the defense.
Other people will kill me.
The offense getting, well, I was going to say, oh no, they do get the north spawn. There is a south spawn for this one, if I'm not mistaken. Kev with a nice little flash onto Potato Bot there. Doesn't quite make it over the wall. Good attempt. The frag now comes out as a check, but it is a little too long as well. Kev will now rush the corner. Will James and Potato be ready for this? Oh, they are. Oh, they are absolutely ready for that rush as Kev opts to not tuck in and instead push out. Ooh, James gonna try the long frag here. Oh, and it is a very good frag. Absolutely would have gotten somebody on objective, but beginners tucked in on the outside. will narrowly escape as Icy Woods and Smoils cover the east. Killinger and Woods in the west. Now just the 4 of them remaining. James and Potato here can take their time pushing through. They've got 2 still downstairs in the south. Technic and Wookiee still. We'll take a look at their push here. Another grenade coming out from James. You can see they're running the night vision. Very important for this upstairs objective. Can be very tough to see without it. If we turn off the flashlight here, I give you guys sort of an idea. It's still a lot crisper than it is in the headset, but can be a pretty tough view for players to have unless they run that night vision. You can see every player is running it on their headset. James now pushing up. Killinger gonna push this corner. I wonder if he's hearing these. Oh, he goes for the nade! And James will find the pick, making it 3. Potato avoiding the nade as well. Now Woods on the inside corner here. Gonna be looking for James. Is James gonna be ready? Woods spots the gun, doesn't rush the corner. He's gonna wait. Oh, and these grenades are just going off. So close. Shots go on to Icy Woods. He can't make the rush, but he does stand still long enough, and James and Potato both go down as Smoils pushes through the backside to run the flank. Would have been dangerous for them anyway, but now Mayhem on the inside of this wall. 3, Defilade, Technic, Wookiee pushing through. Woods 43 with the call out. The nade comes out. Not good. Still not past the corner. Wookiee does find the frag, however. 2 left. Smoils and Icy Woods. The last one's on objective. Inside of smoke, Defilade and Wookiee pushing through. Wookiee, can he find Icy Woods? Is he going to check the corner? No, Icy Woods finds the pick instead. The confirm comes out. Now 2v2. Defilade hearing those shots, hearing the pin pull. Smoils throwing, I think, a flash on himself. I think he might be flashed. Defilade finds the pick onto Smoils. Icy Woods now sees Defilade. He's the last one. Technic on the inside corner. He does find Icy Woods, and Mayhem will take their first offensive round here in map 2. A fantastic series by Mayhem there, finding the picks when they needed them. James with 2, but the rest of the team picking up, well, that's not exactly correct. They cannot have 6 kills. I think there was a double shot kill somewhere in there, but basically every member of Mayhem engaged in a winning firefight. Icy Woods holding it down for the beginners with 3, but not quite enough to take them to that first victory. Mayhem will go up again. This is sort of a theme we've been seeing so far. And we are going to find ourselves now in round number 2. As Mayhem now take up the defense. If you're in the Twitch chat, or you've just joined us, or you've been here all along, we've thrown up a little poll in there. Let us know who you think is going to win this second map as we get into our second round. We've got plenty of map left here for you and plenty of games after this one, so don't go anywhere. But for right now, beginners gonna have to make their offensive push and try to keep step with Mayhem. Smoils and Icy Woods just set up, waiting for any aggressive defense that may come their way. None will, however, as Defilade stays tucked in. And the rest on objective staying pretty close. Kev pushing up through. Slowly pushing up. Very slowly. Just as slowly as you can go. Checking this this angle. A very tough angle to check. You know, it's funny that he's doing this, but it is actually very important. Normally, if you're running this this hallway, your feet would be seen first by any defender watching the stairs, putting you at a disadvantage. But if you put your head and your gun first, you avoid that problem. Kev making the correct play here and checking this stairwell the way that he should. Question will be, will he make enough noise for Defilade to peek out, and will he have the cover of Icy Woods and Smoils as he makes that approach up top? Woods and Killinger making the same approach that Wookie and James and Defilade made last time. Get our flashlight back on here for the folks at home. Potatoebot hearing the sounds of what I believe is the shield as the flash comes out. Yeah, and there it is. Killinger with the shield. It's going to be the first one. Will Potatoebot hold his trigger? No, he will not. And he will take fire as a result. Woods and Killinger now aware of Potatoebot's position. He's going to have a hard time getting out of this. This is a spot that you are now engaged in fully. The frag comes out, or I'm sorry, the flash comes out. If that was a frag, that would have been beautiful. Icy Woods is going to find Defilade on that inside nook, and now that defense in the south is falling apart a little bit. Potatoebot still looking for his pick. On to Killinger and Woods. Potato's gonna need some help here. That nade a little too far. If it was the flash first, it would have been an easy kill.
Got 2 on me over here.
Not quite an accurate count as the third pushes down from the other side.
Just in this corridor right in front of me on the stairs.
Smoils pushes the corner, finds the pick onto Potatoebot, and that's going to make it a 5v3 as James comes out a little too late with the assist. Not going to find Smoils. Killinger sending a few shots down that way, and James does find one with the down on to Woods 43 with that frag there. Smoils with the corner peek a little too late as well. James finds another. Kev going down in that north hallway. And now all 4 beginners all stacked up in this tunnel. They're going to have to push through the same way that Mayhem got their pick last time. Will they split their forces? Or are they going to try and just push through this? I'm going to get back behind the offense here. 2 minutes, 15 seconds left. Dr. Killinger holding that tight angle, looking for anybody peeking through. James needs to be cautious here. Ooh, Killinger calling out a C4. Killinger still looking for that pick onto James. James and Icy Woods will trade out on this hallway, and it's going to be just the 3 members of beginners pushing through this corridor here. Well, they're going to split off another one. It looks like Smoils will now rotate, so they're kind of sending one at a time. If you can punch through, you can punch through. Otherwise, you die. And you're just going to have to live with that. Smoils now on that backside. I mean, it is a smart play to have someone there, as you don't want to have to deal with a flanker. Ooh, Wookie with the C4 kill. Oh no, Technic with the confirm. That C4 was spotted out by Killinger, but he didn't do anything about it. No one did anything about it. I am in shock. I cannot believe that C4 went off. A fantastic play by Wookie there. And now Smoils, the final member of the offense, making his push through here. He's got 38 seconds left, 2 to kill. They are lined up. If he can find the kills successively, he can still take this round. It's not over yet. He makes the peek, but no, Technic will find the edge. As Smoils goes down, and Mayhem will take the second point here in map 2. Looks like the poll has ended, and beginners are the ones being called out as the potential victors. Thank you for participating in that poll. We do appreciate it. It's good to know you guys are rooting for someone, you know? Running on a delay can be so lonely for us casters. And Mayhem now up 2 points. As the objective has shifted. And we're going to be seeing that north sort of fast rush objective. I mean, we're hearing the communication about frags here, and we know exactly why that is if you've played a lot of Onward, is this is the sort of fast rush, get up over the hill, throw as many frags, try to get onto the corner of that wall and find a cap. Flash comes up and over. Very nice flash at that. And a frag to follow does not find any purchase, but that is where Mayhem is stacked up. They are looking to push down this corridor. That frag might be good, though. Yes, it is. Defilade. Gonna be downed. Killinger pushed back by that pre-fire. So if you take a look at the defense, they've just got the south covered with sort of a pinching style there. They've got on both sides of the track 2 watching the south push and 3 on these north stairs. Killinger makes the peak, does finish off Defilade. It's such a deadly peak to make. That little box can be so difficult to see over from a distance. Oh, James with the unfortunate frag toss. Could have been good onto Killinger. Killinger makes the same peak. He finds another. James going down as well. Another res. Man, Killinger's going to feel like he's killed like 7 people after this round ends. Killinger looking for the confirm. I wonder if this has affected their count. And there's the grenade. Killinger able to rotate out in time. Yeah, it does sound... Oh, and Potato Bot! Now ready on the corner. Does find the pick onto Killinger. Kev will make the same peek, and Potato Bot ready for that as well. Now with 3 members of beginners down. I've never seen them
2 down north.
This aggressive on defense. They've just been so pushy on defense. Potato Bot able to find those 2 key picks. This C4 could be their undoing. Will Smoils be ready? Ooh, and a nice attempt. The smoke going a little too far, unfortunately. The C4 detonation does not find any, and now Smoils will be the last one left on objective. 2 still watching that south push.
Smoke it up.
Smoil's gonna push into the back. A good position. These smokes should help.
Damn it.
Damn it indeed, Potato. The unfortunate positioning of these directional smokes can sometimes be a real hindrance. Looks like Potato's gonna rotate and come down the south side. That could be a mistake. Obviously with caster vision we have a better idea. Wow, both of those smokes not good. This one just going right into the wall. One of the reasons directional smokes can be sort of a downside is when there is no collision between smoke and objects. You can have unfortunate side effects like that where the smoke just kind of peters out into a wall. But we are still in the early days of VR development. I have faith it will get fixed. Smoils now on the defense here in the north. Anybody pushing through the south is going to have, they're going to have a bad time. There's still 2 defenders tucked in, very nestled in their south push watch. As long as they don't get antsy, they should be able to find the 2 picks of the 2 guys heading up through the south. Let's take a look out here. So Woods, 43 there, is going to have to deal with Technic. There is one more defender on the opposite side. That is IC Woods. So the Woods brothers defending the southern entrance. They are actually brothers in real life, for those of you that may not know. A little bit of family Onward being played here. Technic just looking for anybody to push through. James and Potato still at the top. Now it's 2-2, 60 seconds left.
I got 2 smokes on me. I got 2 smokes.
I'm going to shoot back right. You got left, and watch out for the thing to the left.
I got it. Yeah,
Coke machine.
60
Go,
seconds left. The
go,
push
go,
is
go,
coming.
go.
Smokes are coming out. They're going to have to keep Smoils pinned here. The shots coming down as they go. Suppressive fire all throughout. Smoils staying tucked in. This is going to be the push for the cap. If they cap this is a victory for Mayhem. They're on it. They're punching it in. Mayhem take it. 4-0. Subway goes the way of Mayhem. And there it is. That fast push down the north gives Mayhem exactly what they need. Keeping Smoils tucked in for a little too long. They're able to get that code in and pick up the second map in a pretty big upset here in the first round of the series. Wow, 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 wow. Unbelievable. What a fantastic set of plays there by Mayhem to just continually keep beginners on their toes. I don't know, I haven't seen beginners play like that, where they kind of rush into these spots, re-peak these positions. I mean, Killinger re-peaked a position 5 or 6 times. Of course, in the end, he got punished for it, but it's just one of those mistakes that you don't normally see beginners make. So I'm curious if it's... I don't know. I'm just curious. I'm a curious caster today. But that is going to be round 1 of the 3 rounds we are playing today. Mayhem and Beginners splitting the series down the middle, as Beginners did take Downfall Map 1 4-3. Mayhem will take Subway 4-0, and that'll 1-1 here in round 1. We are still waiting on the results of the G-Men Danglers game. I believe it is still being played. There may be a bit of a delay in the... there might be a tech issue happening there, as I understand. So we are going to be taking a little break while we wait for round 1 to complete on the other side. And let me... All right. Yeah, we're going to take a short break while we wait for that series to complete. But do not go anywhere. There is going to be more Onward action here coming at you. I may just throw us over to host Master League 2 in the interim until we get that round completed and the second round underway. But bear with me for just a moment while I confirm... Yeah, while I confirm the status of that series. So bear with me for just a moment. We'll be right back. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back again to round 2 of the Onward Championship Round Robin Group A Stage 2 that we are in now. So we are getting all our teams in to our lobby. The second matchup did complete in an interesting turnout so far. So both series have gone 1-1. So they are going to be very score dependent. Whichever team has put up the most points is going to be in the lead so far. It has been just a fantastic series. Honestly, I cannot complain about what I have seen so far. I hope the viewers at home and at DreamHack Atlanta, welcome. Can't complain either. But we have got to get into our bans. We have got to get into our picks because it is almost time to start off the new round, beginners versus G-Men here in round 2. So the away ban from the G-Men side came in as Tanker. And the ban on the home side is going to be Cargo. A very, very good pick there, I think, in this caster's opinion, for the beginners ban. G-Men very strong on Cargo with the Man and Zach Fontaine sort of shield machine gun combo that they tend to run. And not at all surprising that ban comes out from them. And the Tanker ban, I think, is also pretty apt, as beginners have shown they are very strong on Tanker in a few of the previous matchups. We had seen the first map, however, that we are going to be getting into is going to be this caster's personal favorite, and sadly missing from the first round is Quarantine. We're going to be seeing Quarantine 1. Chosen by the beginners versus G-Men here in this first round. I'm pretty excited for us to get into this action already. I'm not gonna lie to you folks. There's a lot of it going. Around. We're gonna get ourselves a little bit of gameplay audio. There we go. Now we're just waiting for, I believe, the last member of G-Men. Yep, has made it into the lobby. So we are just about to kick off here in just a few moments. Let us know in the chat who you think is going to be taking this second round of the Group A's. It's a pretty tight series so far, so if I refer to our challenge bracket, which somebody will kindly post, and by somebody I mean me, I will post it in the Twitch chat if anybody else is interested. So currently we have got a 4-way tie. The lead, the current rank 1 participant, is actually going to be Mayhem with 7 points. They are the only ones to put up 7 points so far in their series. G-Men and Danglers tied for 6th. And in a pretty crazy twist, at the end of round 1, beginners only able to put up 4 points in that downfall map that we had run first, and obviously going 0-4 versus Mayhem in that surprising subway round. So a pretty crazy bracket, but there is much more Onward to decide who goes where yet. So let's not count our chickens, as they say. We're just waiting for all of the players to get in. We are a little bit early on the start time, so the teams may still just be warming up and getting ready for their next round, drawing up some strategies, so bear with us as we wait for them to prepare. If you are just tuning in, thank you for doing so. We are happy to have you here on Onward Master League. You can check out our second matchup. There are 2 matchups going at once over on Master League 2, twitch.tv/Onward Master League 2. Do go ahead and jump in there if you are part of the Onward Discord, which you definitely should be. There is a link to a multi-stream inside of the League General chat that you can hop into that will show you all of the games all at the same time in one page. So do tune into that if you can. If you're in the Twitch chat and you're seeing good moments like we saw a lot of in that first series between Beginners and Mayhem, do start clipping that. We are loving the clips that you guys grab for us all the time. They help us make fantastic content for you, like the championship promo teaser that come out, as well as some stuff that actually does go into the stream. So if you want to be sort of our featured clip, do send those in to us in the chat, and that way we can use them in the future. It is a huge help to us. And we just love seeing everybody passionate about Onward in general. If you're interested in joining the Onward Master League or any of the VR Master League suite of games, do head over to vrmasterleague.com. You can find our myriad of leagues and tournaments that we are running in the next, half a year, basically. There's a whole lot of good stuff in there. Fun prizes to play for, great leagues, great communities to join, lots of discords, lots of new friends to make. So please, do yourself a favor and just get on in there. You will have a good time, I promise. I believe the teams are using their full start time, as there is still 3 minutes left before the official start of the match is slated. Just ironing out a few kinks. We'll be underway here in just a few moments. Don't go anywhere. I'm not going to throw you to an intermission, so do hang out on our fancy scoreboard scene. But we will be kicking off our series here in just a few moments. Stand by. Oh, wow. Literal moments. They actually literally took moments to start, which is fantastic news for all of us, because the first round is getting underway already. G-Men going to be on the defense here for this north truck stop OBJ. A couple early shots coming out. All the G-Men stacked on the box. The quick spawn is going to be what beginners get as they start pushing through the northwest quickly. 3 already pushing through. Actually, 4 Woods following the rest. They need to make it through. Surprisingly, no one on rooftop just yet. The rooftop rush just comes in. Now he gets tucked in by Woods 43. The shots come out. Miracle Dev going down. And that is already a 5v4 as the grenades start coming down towards 2-story. Killinger already on the corner here. Tosses a nice little flash. Seems to blind the man. 404 not blinded, but now he is dead. Kev finding 404 on the inside. The man having to hold the defense versus Killinger and Kev here all on his own. Can he find the 2 he needs? This would be the equalizer the G-Men so desperately need in this first round. We're getting into the action so quick. Killinger taking a few shots. Is the right time for the man to push. He finds 1. He finds 2. Kevin Killinger go down. Woods not ready for the push. That's 3 down. 3 down for the man. He makes the call out. And I see Woods looking for that refrag. Beginners just like that, losing 3 to a fantastic patient play by the man. The nade coming out. The man pushing into the ravine. I see Woods already out of it. Smoils on the east side of rooftop looking to push that corner. It is a 2v2. Now Icy Woods and the man duking it out here. Smoils, and is that Zach Fonte? No, that's Dr. Leo Marvin in the north. Gonna be duking it out. The man, oh, he's got to be patient here. Icy Woods has to be coming this way. I wonder if he heard that clip drop. Man checking tablet. Icy Woods patient on the peak. 4 minutes left. Plenty of time. You can cut the tension with a knife here. Only 30 seconds have passed, but it's felt like hours. Icy Woods and the man just in this standoff. Icy Woods should be seeing this peek up by the man. If he does it again, he's going to be punished. I wonder if the man spotted him out. Looks like a little bit of radio click in there coming from the man. Making the call out. He's going to stay tucked in. Very smart play here. Icy Woods will definitely take his head off if he makes that peek on the stairs again. Smoils, meanwhile, on this east side of rooftop, he's got to deal with Dr. Leo Marvin. This is such a dangerous play, though, by the man. Not being able to watch that push up to objective. Leo Marvin's got to be extra vigilant. I don't think he knows where Smoils is. Little smoke coming out in here. A distraction play by Icy Woods. Smoils pushing across on the objective as well. If we take a look at the overhead map, he's slowly making his way. Dr. Leo Marvin is watching that push. Icy Woods now getting off the corner, keeping the man here very engaged. Icy Woods on the rotation. The man now effectively useless in that spot until Icy Woods approaches from another angle. Smoils has to know that Leo Marvin is somewhere on this corner here. He gets right into the sight line of Dr. Leo Marvin and is taken out. Now it's a 2v1.
Should be the last one, right?
Call-outs coming out. Dr. Leo Marvin is correct. Only one left for the beginners. He is now on the east side of rooftop. Let's ride along with Icy Woods as he makes this push towards the objective. Excuse me. The man not going to be super effective in that position. Still thinking somebody might be pushing from that side. I wonder, did he throw that? He threw that second smoke onto the man's position. A fantastic distractionary play there. It's going to keep the man guessing. If Icy Woods can take Dr. Leo Marvin down, things could get a little dicey for the man. He's going to have to make a mad dash back to the objective. There is a way to cap where that two-story is not able to spot out that position. Will he go for the cap instead? Checking the inside corner. 60 seconds left. He's checking the code on the tablet now. Dr. Leo Marvin diligently watching the side of the objective. Icy Woods may be hearing him, may just be aware that that is likely the last position that a defender can be. Icy Woods giving up on the angle, rushes out. Dr. Leo Marvin should hear the shots. The pre-fire comes out. Icy Woods got him, but the man finds the peak at long range. From the two-story, Icy Woods not able to tuck in, and beginners start off on the back foot again as G-Men take the first round. Two picks for Icy Woods there. A great series, able to find that defender on the objective, but the man with the clutch play finding 4 that round. 3 right off the bat in the beginning with the patient play, and the 1 to clutch the round in the end. The man keeps the G-Men alive in the series. What a play. Oh, boy. All right, it is going to be now the beginner's turn at defending that same objective. So we're going to get ourselves into round 2, the timer going off. Let's get ourselves into some gameplay here as round 2 starts with beginners on defense. Same spawn for the G-Men. We'll see how they decide to play it. I'm actually going to start on the offensive side here. I'd like to see if G-Men take the same approach that beginners took. It looks like no already. They're going to be sending 2 out towards the east. And the shots are ringing out as Killinger and Kev both applying pressure. Kev looking for the confirm, takes a shot as a result. 4 members of G-Men up, 1 still revivable. Kev looking for this confirm. He's going to have to be careful on this peak. Zach Fontaine looking for him, sending shots his way. Here come the nades. It's not a hard and fast push a la beginners. Kev is not confirming that Leo Marvin body may think he's already got the confirm on it. The res is going to come out. Kev spots it out, but Leo Marvin able to make the corner before the shots hit Kev. Very unfortunate in that series, but slowing up the G-Men is also important. Keeping that east cross from pushing was a very big deal. Now the G-Men pushed up in all different spots, kind of in a half moon. Not in the exact positions they would want, though. You kind of want to be past a lot of these streets and positions that the G-Men have gotten to by the time ticks down. Otherwise, the defense gets a chance to set up and sort of rain grenades down like they are now towards their positions. The man patiently waiting for any push coming down the northwest. Miracle Dev heading to reinforce, and Leo Marvin just sending rounds down towards White Car, keeping anybody on that corner suppressed. Just allowing Miracle Dev there to make his push up towards that corner. Now the push coming through the middle. Shots from the man coming out onto Killinger's position. Don't find Purchase, but it's going to force him to be a little bit more cautious on those peaks.
I'm about 20% sure. Northwest tower, that is.
Callouts coming in. Is going to keep Killinger on his toes. He now knows there is somebody here. Will he opt to peek that same corner again? Give man the opportunity. Icy Woods with a pick on 404. West side of Rooftop is going to start off the kill feed.
No, I think he's still there.
G-Men losing one already. Smoils taking shots towards that coach area. And there is one in the far east. I just noticed this. Zach Fontaine did manage to find his way all the way around to the east. And there really is only one defender here. Woods 43, the only one watching in this direction. I wonder if he spotted that little pop-up on the dumpster. If he can find Woods 43, he can cause quite a bit of chaos on the back line here. Oh, and Woods 43 just popping out there. He does find one. That's going to force the rotation by the beginners. I see Woods going to be going for this res. That's just a down. Zach Fontaine not aware. Now it's 5 up again. Woods 43 on the repeat does find Zach Fontaine, and that makes it 3 for G-Men. Push now has to come from the west side only. Icy Woods cleaning up. Leo Marvin on the long peek from the corner of the truck. Just 2 left. Ooh, little camera work. There, Miracle Dev, the last one here in the west. The man in center burning. 2 minutes left. It's going to be an uphill battle with all 5 beginners alive. I'm surprised to see this going this well to defense. I mean, the defense is held pretty solid on both sides, although, to be fair, G-Man relied heavily on the man in that first round. Ooh, and the cross does not pay off for Miracle Dev as Kev finds the long-range shot, continuing to hold that angle he had since the spawn and the last one left. The crawling man himself, the man. Checks the tablet, 120 left, no teammates alive. He's got to make the push. Not a lot of information here. He might meet the same fate here as Leo Marvin if he continues to push up this wall. I'm sorry, this wing. Well, he does find a better route through. I'm trying to think about the best way to do this. You'd have to peek Woods first, then Kev, then Killinger, then Smoils. That would be probably the... If I had a Sherlock Holmesian way of dealing with this situation, that's how I would do that. But of course, he doesn't know any of that information. He is just one man alone in a headset with a gun, taking fire from the enemy. 30 seconds left. The man doesn't have a whole lot of options here. He's just going to have to make the rush. Icy Woods finds the easy pick. Beginners take another one, or I'm sorry, their first one here to tie up the series in round 2. Looks like there was a drop on the G-Men side. Miracle Dev falling out of the game temporarily. Hopefully that will not cause too big of a delay. But for now, we'll take you back to the scoreboard. Great series there for Icy Woods, picking up, I believe that was 4. No, 3. I apologize. 3. 3 in that round. Oh boy, what a series it has been so far. We're going to be moving to the south ambulance objective in the center. That will be a fun one to watch. Definitely a very different, a much more constricted approach required for this one. Still relatively open. Will depend a lot on the spawn the beginners get, as they will be Marsoc for this first attempt. All right, the rounds are underway. You can hear the sounds of the smoke as they get set up here in round 3. The defense underway, 2 on objective. 1 pushing across as Miracle Dev pushes out towards the east. He's going to be the main defender here as beginners got that spawn, and Smoils with the long range M249 shot over the rock will take Miracle Dev out of the running quickly and easily, leaving just 4 defenders for G-Men on this map. Beginners showing why Quarantine was their pick for this first round. Just take a look at Smoils here. He is confirming in a big way, just as confirmed as possible. Yep, still confirmed. Confirmed, Smoils. He does find 1 early. That is going to make a beginner's job a little bit easier here as they approach on this side. The defense for G-Men Not really shifting too much, and an interesting person to push out that way. You would think maybe South Plain Wing would rotate down to the South Hills potentially, but now, of course, it's far too dangerous to do that this late in the game. Leo Marvin sending a few rounds down towards the crosser. Woods 43 now has to tuck in behind that rock. What a tight angle to sit behind and to shoot. Some return fire from Woods 43 towards South Plain Wing. He's got his work cut out for him if he wants to get out of this little corner. He's going to make the cross on the south now. Shots continue to ring out as two different sources of gunfire continue to keep him pinned. He's going to need a little bit of help from his teammates. He has now made South Hills. That is going to put 3 of them into the South Hills area. Killinger still trying to find this peek onto Leo Marvin, I think. I think he knows he's there.
Might be hiding from you, he's not stupid.
Taking a look at the beginner's offense here, you can see they've got that half moon. We keep talking about it. I keep bringing it up. But they do love to encircle the objective. Try to push in from all sides. Apply equal pressure. Woods 43 going to find a pick onto Leo Marvin now that he's on the backside of Hills. Kev finds 404. Objective is still available for call-out. Zach Fontaine, though, is going to find the refrag as Woods gets a little too aggressive on this South Hill. That call-out likely coming from objective. Zach has to be cautious here as Smoils is going to be checking this Plain Wing peak in just a moment. Now beginners down to 4. It's a 4v2 with 1 available for res. Zach Fontaine taking shots from, looks like maybe rooftop courtyard was where those were coming out from. He is going to be forced to rotate. Now Smoils will find Zach Fontaine on that rotation. And it's going to be IC, Woods, and Kev pushing into mid. Now it's 2 down. The man, the last one left, Smoils with the confirm. The man has to rush in. He needs to be able to stop a cap. Kev sees the cross here. Not able to stop it. Leo Marvin still calling out. Still able to give the call out. Kev taking that nade from the man, allowing him to rotate a little bit more in. Oh, if he'd have taken the inside ambulance, he might have had a shot at getting the revive there, but Smoils will find the kill. The man goes down, and beginners will take their 2nd point, leading for the first time in this 2nd round. Great series there for Kev and Woods 43. Smoils picking up 3 for him as well. G-Man having a bit of trouble here after that first round. Not able to find too much love since the man's opening plays. Hopefully they will find something here as they get onto the offensive round. The team should be just about readied up here as we get into our 4th round.
All right. That will mark the start of round 4. Apologies for the lack of scoreboard there. Oh, don't worry. You're going to get the scoreboard anyway as we dive into a quick round reset. G-Men hitting a potential issue there. Now we can update our scores to be proper. My apologies, I had to address a quick tech issue there, but now we are all good, all set, and ready for the actual start of round 4. And there it is. You heard the sounds. I think this time it's for real. For real this time, you guys. And here it is. Round 4 this time, featuring lasers. Thank you. Thank you to Saunag in the chat for letting me know. Just reminding me as a caster that there are features to this game that I consistently forget to enable. Lasers will give us a bit more insight into where the players are aiming their weapons. So it is not an eye tracking, it is a weapon tracking tool. But you can use it as a general idea of where the various players are pointing their shooty weapons. Icy Woods using his shooty weapon to find a pick early as 404 tries to cross the South Street unsuccessfully. An interesting position here by Woods, not a very common spot by any stretch of the imagination. Some confirmed shots coming out. Leo Marvin heard where the shots were coming from, had his laser sort of in that direction. He's looking for that South Plane. Oh, can he see South Plane Wing from here? Oh boy, what a juicy little South Plane Wing spot he's got if Smoils stays stationary for too long, peeking that. You know, Marvin might be able to punish him. And so far, G-Men have to operate with just the 4 they've got. Am I only seeing 3? Is there one on rooftop? Yeah, he's rotating around rooftop. Minimap is not fully updated, unfortunately. Leo Marvin now in this courtyard. He's gonna have to be careful. Kev will be dead. Kev will be dead. Zach Fontaine finding the headshot at pretty much the exact perfect time, keeping Leo Marvin safe if he decides to push out. It is gonna cause Icy Woods to toss a nice frag, and somehow, not even really any... Wow, 2 of them are fantastic, but still no damage. What is going on with those grenades, you know? Just as a note, we are playing on the 1.6 League backup build, so this is quite a few revisions ago in terms of features and improvements. I see Woods looking for the pick onto Zach, does find it as well in this position, working out quite well. Another crossing through the smoke. Will Woods be able to spot him? No, he doesn't. Is he out of ammo? I think he ran out of ammo there. Miracle Dev and Woods 43 will trade out.
One cross, I couldn't stop him.
I see Woods now with the call out, so Leo Marvin dead. 2 left, 1 on roof. The man rotating through the south. Smoil's going to be the first one in danger here. Man needs to be cautious about his peaks. Smoil spots him. The man hits the deck as quick as he can.
I'm still good. I hit the deck.
Hit the deck he did.
Just don't die, damn it.
The call out to his teammate there, just don't die. Miracle Dev, the one alive. Coming through that north side. He's not on our mini-map, but he is in the courtyard. I've got to get in on this. He's on the defender, Killinger, on the other side of this smoke. He's got to be hearing this now. The smoke sound is gone. He's got to be hearing these mic inputs. The man does find Smoils in the end. And now it's a 2v2, but Miracle Dev not aware of Killinger's position. The pinch from Icy Woods, and Killinger will find the kill there, and now the man is the last one alive. Smokes will come out. He's got 2 minutes left. He can theoretically find one pick and force some pretty heavy rotations, but he's opting to go all the way around. And let's follow in his footsteps. The man a bit exasperated, and that's not what you want to hear or see, as Icy Woods is ready for the rotation back towards the north side. And we'll find that pick, giving beginners that round. Take a look at the kill count so far. Icy Woods picking up 7 so far in the series, 3-1 here in map 1. The man doing the bulk, the lion's share of the work for the G-men here with 6 kills. The rest of the team struggling to find a foothold still. That is going to put beginners on potential map point here, as it is 3-1, but G-men going on the defense, not out just yet. Still a bit of time left in this series. The objective is now shifted to the garage, the southwest garage, in fact. See if the defense is able to hold here. It's not going to be an easy one. That is for dang sure. This is a very capable objective. Very susceptible to heavy rushes with smoke. This one is definitely all about positioning and communication. We'll see if beginners have what it takes to knock G-men out of this first round. Should be kicking off here in just a moment. And we're also getting quick spawn as we get into our 5th round. Gameplay kicking off here. Beginners on the offense. G-men on the defense. We'll see how they decide to play this. Ooh, we've got 3 calling out, going all the way north for the beginners side. So opting to not make the most aggressive push that you would normally expect from this. A couple of lasers scanning the center, burning. Zach Fontaine of 404 watching that south cross. We'll see if they can actually get anybody across the north street. Shots coming out from Killinger. Find the man, the heavy hitter for the G-men down in the first 30 seconds. Killinger just waiting and listening, looking to see if anybody will push that corner. Zach Fontaine now looking for Smoils. As those shots come out, will give the defense exactly the information they need in order to know exactly where the offense is approaching from. Zach Fontaine sending a few shots down. Smoils going to be looking for him over the top of this. Going to be a tough peak to make.
Okay. От чего?
Now they're going to be... Now there's going to be an approach coming from the north, so we're going to see a slow up of the beginners here a little bit as they try to get their folks across. All this suppressive fire is just meant to keep Zach Fontaine from being able to peek. Interestingly enough, Smoils and Killinger, the 2 Russian players there, deciding to switch their radio speak to Russian. An interesting little tactic there. Very good to have when you have the ability on your team.
Corner of the roof. That's the ventilator. I don't think I got him.
Little do they know I understand Russian. But I didn't get their call out, so I am still in the dark,
Yeah,
much like everyone else is.
Still lives there, southwest.
Killinger... Not sure what he was shooting
Also
at there. Oh, it is Roof. Yeah, Roof indeed. I didn't see him on my list there. Icy Woods will trade out. Now he is downed.
Up the roof, guy. Need a pickle.
Icy Woods is gonna need pickup from his brother there. Woods 43. Gonna have to come in for the res. Brother reviving brother. Very apt, I think, in this situation. Jack Fontaine continuing to send rounds down to the south as beginners get another one across to the mid, and Smoils still holding this ambulance, looking to find a pick on anybody rotating. G-Men down to 3, beginners with 4. We'll have 5 soon as this res comes out, which should be any moment now. He's crawling up, being extra cautious. Zach Fontaine scanning for the pick on Smoils. And there it is, the res coming out. Brother revives brother, and we are back to 5 strong on the beginner side. Beginners looking very good to take this first map away from G-Men. G-Men now kind of in a kill box. They've got one up top on Plane Wing, or he was up top on Plane Wing, one on top of Rooftop, 2 pushing through this middle side, and one on the back east watching for any kind of flank or interesting maneuvers that G-Men can come up with. We're going to have to play this as tight as possible and hit their shots if they have any chance of staying in this series. Killinger's going to be able to spot out Zach Fontaine here. Make this call out. Likely why the laser came out on the Woods 43 side towards the center burning. Wonder if that call out was as a result of. And Zach Fontaine does find the shot, but another res that's going to be available for Icy Woods now to return the favor. That's just brotherly revives all day. Zach Fontaine pushing out on a surprising angle there. Kev watching, waiting, and punishing Zach Fontaine as he pushes out. Now just 2 left. Smalls putting a bit of smoke out. Leo Marvin and 404, the last 2 remaining on objective. They've got decent angles on it. I see Woods with the res. Shots from 404 keeping Killinger pinned. 60 seconds left. I mean, beginners could technically run out of time, but we're starting to see them constrict. You can see all the blue arrows starting to push through. Leo Marvin sending a few rounds down towards the south, trying to keep him tucked. Kev's already inside mid here. .404 needs to stay on this wall. And the best play here is obviously to just not give it away. 404 finding Icy Woods. The top of his head could be exposed to Kev if he's not careful. Leo Marvin trading out with Killinger. Now Smoils and Kev left in the center as another one comes from the north. Woods 43 in that courtyard. 30 seconds left. Can 404 hold the defense of his life to keep map 1 alive? Smoils crossing. 404 spots him, does take him down. Just 2 left. He should be hearing the footsteps of Kev on the backside. He's peeking. Kev going down as well. 404 in a 1v1. Woods 43's got 17 seconds to try to cap. He's got to try to push through. He's in the smoke. Is 404 going to see him? He does spot him out. 404 takes that defensive round. Keeps G-Men alive. Holy freaking cow. Unbelievable defense by 404 there. Wow, 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 wow. 404 with 440 as his numbers. What a round for that guy. Just keeping G-Men alive here. Now they're getting into their Marsoc round. I don't know. They could flip this around on beginners with just 1 cap. We'll see what happens here. Let's take a look at the scoreboard. We're getting close. Oh boy, 3-2, beginners finally in the lead. Trailing for most of the games they've played so far. Most of the maps they have been down and had to push back up to the top. Now holding the lead, and 404 holding a fantastic defense there. Keeps the G-Men alive in map 1 of this second round. Good lord. Whew. After this action, I'm gonna need a whole week to recover. No voice left for our casters. If you're at DreamHack Atlanta, say hi to our lead casters there, Sleepy and Nightfire. Man in the booth, spreading the love of VR to everybody far and wide. Appreciate those guys being out there, but boy do I miss you guys right now. Calling all this action is, it's worth it. Gameplay, though, kicking off. Round 6, G-Men on the offense. Same objective. They just pulled out a fantastic defense on. Beginners now opting for, required to defend that same objective. G-Men will be getting the north spawn, so they do have better access to the rooftop than beginners did. 404 just peeking out over this little ridge line. I don't think Icy Woods can see him there. It'd be a tough spot to make. I believe the bulk of beginners are using the original CV1 Rift, which means graphical fidelity is a little wanting, but hey, they still play fantastic despite that, which is a great argument for it's not the hardware that gets you the wins. It's the inherent skill and awareness and teamwork that will get it for you. But still, a very easy peak for me to make as a caster with a high-res screen. A very difficult one for Icy Woods to try to make. So Killinger and IC both downstairs here in center. No one making those long-range peaks. Zach Fontaine with the tow truck's not likely to find his long-range kill that I think he wants. Leo Marvin also making the same looks. The offense continues to get set up. 2 in the north. 404 throwing not a bad nade, actually. If it was tucked a little bit closer to the inside, Icy Woods could have been in danger. Killinger was already inside, and 404 already in the smoke and pushing through. He doesn't have the rest of his team here. Why would you play this aggressive without having a little bit of backup from your team? Zach Fontaine and Leo Marvin a little too far off to try to be able to help. I mean, this could be a good play if he finds the right pick. The nade a little too long. 404 going to be looking for the head of Woods. Woods makes the peek. He spots him. And there he goes. 404 on a seemingly, I don't know, ill-advised push there. Makes it a 4v5 with beginners holding the advantage now. After making such a great play, you don't really expect that kind of situation in the next round. Smoke's coming out now. I don't know, this feels a little disjointed on the G-Men side. There's smoke coming out from 1 or 2 at a time. A push happens in the center without any backup. Like, I mean, rooftop could have been at least suppressing. Oh, and Zach Fontaine, unfortunate in the rotation, will find the back of Leo Marvin. And that's going to make it 3v5, and G-Men falling apart here despite the fantastic save by 404 in the last round. Looking for the head of Smoils, not going to find it. Going to be a series of tough peaks to make here if they want to claw it back. They have certainly got their work cut out for them. little bit of pre-fire shots there, but nothing yet. Just the man taking a few shots out towards that objective. Not going to find much of anything. They've got to be cautious but quick. It's 1:44 left. Not a lot of time to get your offense in gear with 1:30 left this close. Zach Fontaine pushing up. Kev's laser right on that inside wall. Icy Woods going to win that trade, though. As Zach Fontaine goes down, 1:27 left. Miracle Dev now aware of Icy Woods' position. Smoils nading the northwest. Not going to find any love there as the man is on roof. He's got to get off the roof, though. It's 1:15. They've got map 1 on the line here. They need to be pushing through. A little bit of exasperation there from Miracle Dev as the clock ticks. 60 seconds left. Beginners looking like they're going to take this first map in this second round away from G-Men. 45 seconds.
Yeah, we do.
Oh. Rotations now coming through. 35 seconds. I mean, the run to the objective is going to take 15. They'll have 20 seconds to kill at least 3 members of the beginner's defense if they want to have any shot at this. They've got to move quick. They've got to shoot accurately. Icy Woods on the peak finds the man with the headshot. And just like that, it's all up to Miracle Dev, who goes down as well. And Icy Woods will hold the defense for the beginners and take that map 4-2. 12-2 on the series for Icy Woods. Fantastic play by him. Woods with 5 himself. 17 kills between the two of them. Unbelievable job by the Woods brothers here. And map 1 will go the way of beginners. We'll see what map 2 looks like here in just a few moments. Don't go anywhere. Map 2 is loading up, and it's going to be a fantastic series to watch here. Don't stray too far, because we are getting ourselves into some suburbia. Going to be a very fun map to watch. This is G-Men's pick. We'll see if the pick favors them. You know, beginners no slouches on Suburbia at all this season. Definitely have got their sort of play style on it down pat. They have aggression for objectives that require it. They have slow play for the objectives that require it. I mean, they've got pretty much the entire gamut covered. However, I will say, if Subway's any indication, the tight play, the re-peaks that we've been seeing so far could be really dangerous for them if they let G-Men get those same advantages that Mayhem had. First objective is going to be a tough one. We're dealing with the South Garage objective, the spawn house objective for the defense. So you got to make it clear across the entire map, and we'll see what the G-Men offense looks like for this objective. I'm very curious as to what their approach will be. Should be getting into the series here in just a few moments. I believe everybody is in. Oh, actually, no, I apologize. Beginners is currently missing a player, so we are waiting on one to join the lobby before we kick off the series here. But don't go anywhere. We will be starting very, very soon, ladies and gentlemen. There's a whole lot of Onward still coming at you, as this is only the second round. All right, the timer has gone off. We are getting into our first... I'm sorry, our first round. Yeah, first round. No, that was right. The thing I said correctly the first time was right. We're getting into our first round here of map 2. In the second series of the Group A. Man, there's so many. There's a group, a series, a round, a map, a match. Who can keep track? G-Men's offense pushing through all 3 lanes. Killinger with the initial peek. Doesn't find Miracle Dev out, and now it's going to put 2 upstairs in the center house, 2 upstairs in the spawn house, 1 in the front east window of the objective building. Gonna be a tough offensive push here, but the beginners are kind of clustered, right? They've got the 3 inside of the spawn house, but they're all in like the sort of same general range. If they make the same peaks at the same time, it could be easy pickings for sharpshooters like Zach Fontaine or the man. Woods 43 and Killinger holding down center house. Very strong position to have. And one that the offense is 100% going to look for early. .404 starting his push up through this lane 2 approach. If he stays quiet enough, he can get past quite a bit. Kev's going to be the first one to spot him out, most likely, unless Woods sees the movement through the bushes here. Ooh, he's got to be careful. .43 peeking downwards. Will anything draw Woods 43's gaze? It would be Miracle Dev that could do that. But Woods is holding a tight angle onto lane 1. 404 able to sneak just underneath him and already be on the inside of this wall. Kev, the only one defending against this push. You can sort of see how the laser grid is set up, right? They've got this little triangle watching in every direction. One coming from the inside of lane 2, one from the inside of lane 1. They've got the bottom floor of the center house covered. And then they've got Killinger sort of on a rotation watching between downstairs and lanes 3 and 4. So they've got pretty much a full coverage on it. The only weak point is the fact that it's just generally one person watching each one. So one goes down, someone will have to rotate to watch. Leo and the man already getting set up in playground. Nobody going to be spotting them out just yet. Smoyle's the only one looking sort of in that direction. He's kind of looking more towards the inside of lane 4. I just don't think he has his gun up necessarily. I think he is watching this lane 4 push. So if Zach Fontaine or the man pop that corner, they're going to be met with a hail of gunfire. First nade coming out. Killinger finding Miracle Dev on the back side of the center house. Actually, I think he was already upstairs. Leo Marvin putting a bit of smoke coverage down. Some nades coming out on the backside of 404. Not going to be on the correct side of the wall for that. So 3 G-men now left on that east side and 1 on the west. Woods 43 and Killinger going to have to stop 404 on this push. Kev scanning the sight lines. Smoke comes out. Is it going to fall off? Oh, it fell off. It's actually not in a bad position there. Should be giving Woods a hard time for his peak, but no, he runs right into the bullets. Right into the sight line. Killinger will find Zach Fontaine on the push, and just like that, G-men are down to 1. Leo Marvin, the last one left. Minute 44 left. Leo Marvin is hearing all these footsteps. 5 up on the defense. It's all but over here for G-men in the beginning. The laser sweeps across him. I wonder if they didn't see him. Not sure it's going to matter too much, as Leo Marvin's going to have to deal with 2 as he pops up here. And Icy Woods will deal with him before Killinger even has a chance to pull the trigger. Beginners take that first round and go up 1-0 on the second map. Now it is the G-men's turn to defend the same objective. See how they're able to fare in comparison to beginner's defense, a 3-2 stack between spawn and center house. All right, the timer has kicked off. Gameplay will begin as we get into our second round. Little shave and a haircut, 2 bits going off on the defensive side. G-men clearly still in relatively high spirits despite losing that first map. And the last map to Danglers in that first round of the Group A series. Killinger already pushed up into the middle of the man, doing a little bit of pre-fire. Killinger crouching just in time, and the pre-fire coming out onto the middle house. We're seeing a pretty similar defense, except it's 2-3 instead of 3-2. We've got 3 in the center house watching. Smoil's already on the inside of lane 1. Miracle Dev scanning lane 2. Nobody really watching that lane 1 approach. Could be bad for Dr. Leo Marvin if somebody is able to get around. Woods 43 and Smoil's pushing that approach. Killinger, Woods, I'm sorry, Icy Woods and Kev all approaching on the east. And if we take a look from Kev's position here, the slide is such a strong spot here. Leo Marvin very close to being picked off. Wonder if you could just pre-fire that. You probably should shoot through that fence and maybe get him in the arm, but not likely something Kev is going to be able to spot out from where he is. That is pure caster vision in its greatest form. Smoil's now in lane 2. Woods 43 with the backup 404. Only one here, but Leo Marvin's the one in danger. Ooh, especially peeking out like that. Will Smoil's catch the movement? Doesn't seem like it. He lives to defend another day. Beginner's still sort of shifting around center house, not exactly sure which way they want to push in. The man singing his Someone in Lane 2 song.
Behind middle house. Smiles lane 2, left of middle house.
Look at that, with the names and everything. He's got everybody called out by name. That's how you can tell the seasoned player. Call out just by the voice. Smoils rotated out to lane 1. Killinger kept his position though. And it's 3.5 minutes left as Beginner's still looking for that initial pick. Take a sort of high angle approach here as we see the way Icy Woods and Smoils start to pinch on their two sides. Killinger watching the mid. Icy Woods is going to get quite a bit of ways here, but if he's not careful, he's going to crawl his way right up into, never mind, Leo Marvin down and out by that nade. Oh, I'm sorry, just down, not out. By that nade from Smoils. That is going to give Icy Woods all the breathing room he needs. He will get called out, but then also likely confirmed. Should be seeing the confirmed shots. There they are. 404 going down as well as Woods 43 rushes the inside of the center house. The man now alone upstairs. Killinger and Woods close in. 2 minutes, 22 seconds left. 3 inside a center house. The man rushing downstairs, but not ready for Woods in the living room with the gun. Zach Fontaine will get Icy Woods on his push. It's just the 2 on the objective. Zach Fontaine taking the brunt of the work here. Kev spotted out. And that is that for Miracle Dev. The information, not enough. Kev able to find the pick. Zach Fontaine rushing out, doesn't want the cap. Kev will find the final kill, and Beginners go up 2-0 on this second map. What a series so far, but Beginners really starting to run away with it. Now I believe it's 3 or 4 unanswered points as G-Men not able to get on the board in their own map pick. Welcome everybody from the Master League 2 matchup. Thanks for tuning in here. Sounds like that series was very good. Does look like it was yet another tie. Danglers taking Cargo and Mayhem taking Bazaar. So we'll see how this goes. This could put Beginners over the top in terms of breaking the ties that we've had so far in overall standings. Man, so many ties. The matchups are too good. That's the problem. Matchups are just too good. Gameplay underway. Round 3 kicking off. G-Men got to get themselves on the board here if they want to stay in it.
I think they want that. We're not. I just heard hit it and you were gone. I'm like, great. All my singing did nothing.
Your singing entertained us all, the man. Don't worry. We enjoyed it. I enjoyed it. And that's all that matters. As long as the caster's having a good time, everyone else has a good time. The offense splitting out quickly. Some pre-fire coming through. Kevin Icy Woods pretty aggressive on their defensive lane. 404 has the opportunity to catch at least one out. He spots Icy Woods on the inside. Kev tucked in on the bushes, not peeking yet. I wonder if 404 is in danger here. That rotation by Woods could put him in a bad spot. Icy Woods rotates exactly to the position that you would go to watch these bushes. And his laser is, you know, on them. 404's got to be careful with this peek. Had he not pulled the trigger, I wonder how they would they have known that this was coming. Check nade coming out there, not gonna find any love, and G-Men still 5 strong. I see Wood's gonna be ready on this corner. 404 pans over, doesn't see him. I see Wood's also not aware. 404 has no business living this long in this position with Icy Woods watching that angle. What is Woods looking at? If it isn't... Oh, he's looking at lane 4. Now he's looking at lane 3. There he is. Spots him out. 404 taking the shots. Goes down. Makes it a 4v5. Thank you, Woods. 3 here in lane 1. The man, Miracle Dev, and Zach Fontaine all making their push through. Smoils rotating out of the position he was in at this, he was at this barrier here. Now on the inside wall. Sorry, inside porch. Four minutes left. Killinger with the nice peek on Leo Marvin as he crosses lane 3. A fantastic shot there. And Zach Fontaine will punish. The shot's ringing out over the top of that little banister. It's going to make it a 4v3.
One's on this lane 1.
Zach Fontaine with a good call out. The nade from Woods 43. Not going to find anyone yet, though. Miracle Dev is close. The smokes now start coming out. Coverage is actually pretty good on the smoke. Zach Fontaine going to be looking for Smoils on this porch. Will Smoils peek out and grab the pick first? Zach Fontaine does snap back and find Smoils. He had me worried there with his gun not pointing in the direction of the call-out he had just made. Woods 43, though, finding Miracle Dev on the push out across the street, and Zach Fontaine responds to that as well. That's another pick for him. 2v2. Res available on both sides. Kev is going to find Zach Fontaine on the long peak, and now it's just a 1v2. As the man will be contesting Icy Woods, but the contest is decided. The man goes down. Beginners go up 3-0. And just like that, G-Men are on the precipice of a loss that they may not be able to come back from. As a famous philosopher once said, and I'm kind of paraphrasing here, what a game, what a game, what a game, what a really good game. Beginners just going on a tear. Absolutely, I mean, really just taking it away from G-Men in every engagement. Zach Fontaine there, able to pick up a couple. Having good play. I mean, I feel like the G-Men are having great plays individually, but as a team, not really clicking. And I don't know what, I don't know what that is. It's not something I would have expected out of G-Men. They have been so strong all season in terms of coordination and in terms of their playstyle sort of clicking. I don't really know what it is that's missing today, but Beginners definitely no slouches. Not an easy team to sort of roll over at any given time, and we see that now as they're up 3-0 in the second map. Looking to be the first actual decided match of the series for the day so far. The objective now moved to red car. Beginners on the offense. Round 4 coming through.
I have a nade and smoke on me. If I die, take it.
Smoils has explicit instructions not to die. Free fire coming out towards lane 3. I'm sorry, lane 2. Lane 2 not going to be pushed, but 3 and 4 are being pushed. The man already up on the slide here. Is he going to find anybody? The crosses have already mostly been made. Just Kevin Smoils left in the spawn. But still enough to find a nice little pick here as Smoils makes the peek. Is he going to be ready for slide? The man is ready for Smoils, though. Nice little quick duck here. Ooh, that grenade was actually pretty dang good. Almost too good. But hits the wrong batch of windows. And the man just watching this lane 4 push. I mean, the beginners still basically in their spawn. Killinger's, Icy Woods, and Woods 43 all still behind center house.
Woods was in center house.
Tension still there. They know they've been pushed on from the playground side, so Killinger holding this angle, not a surprise. The slide would be a very foolish errand by the man to run. But even just peeking up over the top of this little box could prove punishing. Ooh, he does spot out the head, man. Just able to tuck in. Wonder if they know that they have not crossed sort of that mid section of the map. Woods 43 punished by the man for his peak. The beginners can't really move with this flank in position. They've got to take care of the man. They've got to take care of Zach Fontaine before they can make their push through. Man, got to be weary of Kev here. Kev is still taking his time, but he's in the right spot to sort of peek the man if he gets overly aggressive. They can really make beginners run out the clock here just by not being that aggressive. Looks like Kev did spot him out. The man just being... trying to bait out shots, trying to figure out where this guy in their spawn still might be. 404 is going to find Killinger on the aggressive defense in the middle. And that's going to bring it down to 2 beginners. G-Men not out of this yet. But they've got to keep this train rolling. They can't slow down for anything. Don't let it be another Quarantine 1 situation. I see Woods a little wary of the center house now. Kev pushing into playground. Will he be ready for the man on the slide? Man sending some shots down to Icy Woods. Kev should find the back of the man as he reloads. He does indeed, and it's just up to Kev now as Icy Woods is taken down. He's got 2 minutes left. He might be able to find Miracle Dev here on the backside at White Car. Let's ride along with Kev as he makes the peek there through the bushes. You can kind of see it, I think. You can see it on my screen as he makes the peek into a common pre-fired positions. The smokes will come out. Kev is really out of options here. He's gonna have to find a way to push through. It's a minute and a half left. G-Men have all 3 angles covered on the approach. Lane 1 is covered as well. He's gonna have to really pull out some magic here in the next 75 seconds if he wants to take this round for beginners and take the second map. When he misses the shots initially, tucks in on the porch, but this is going to be all but over for him. Leo Marvin with the unfortunate team kill on a Miracle Dev. Unbelievable. How do you not know your teammate is there this late in the round? Unfortunate. It's going to make it a 1v3 a little easier. 45 seconds left. The C4 will go off. Kev taking shots from Zach Fontaine will secure the defensive round for the G-Men, and they will continue to stay alive here in this series, but they will need to take 3 points in order to keep the beginners off the top of the list. It's going to be no easy feat. G-Men's first point on the map that they picked into. Ooh, things could definitely change here as we're going to be getting into the Burning House objective. Those of you that are in the league or have played the game know this objective well. Very capable opportunity here. Beginners have to be extra vigilant, or G-Men can tie it up right here with a quick cap. I don't know. I don't know if they would be this aggressive with so much on the line, but honestly, this objective plays better for aggression, in my opinion, than it does for slow play. We'll see which route they decide to take here in just a few moments. All right, the time is in. The time is in. The time is up. Beginners are on the defense. G-Men looking to keep themselves rolling in this series. They need to find a win here, whether it's a cap or not. They need the win in order to stay at least relatively tight. It is top 2 of the round robins that will go through, but it will be quite a battle for the second one. I believe Mayhem would still hold second spot if my sort of off the top of my head math is good. So if Beginners wins this, they would be number 1, and Mayhem would likely take 2. But it'd be pretty close between Mayhem and Danglers, I think. I don't know. Who knows? We'll find out after this match is over. But Zach Fontaine, the man of Miracle Dev, all stacked up on lane 4. Beginners defense, if you take a look at it from the overhead, pretty solid. I mean, they're holding the line across. They're expecting the rush, but G-Men not giving it to them. They're just taking their time. It's going to be a slow play from G-Men. They got all the time in the world to cross lane 1 and 2, so those will get set up right now. Shots ringing out from the defense. Just a little bit of pre-fire as Miracle Dev will pop. Try to send a few rounds down their way as well. Just a pre-fire fest right now, but Kev will find the first pick as Leo Marvin will go down in lane 1. A little bit more pre-fire coming out towards lane 4. Smoke's now in, the man on the slide. Ooh, if he gets up there just in time, he might be able to spot Woods' head. No, not quite enough. The grenade comes out. Not good enough for the man. 404 will find Woods 43 on the rotation. Smoils will find Zach Fontaine in the lane 4 push, and now the man is on the inside. The smokes aren't good enough for a cap attempt here. It's going to be pretty tricky for them to push through. It's a 3v4. G-Men need this to stay alive. 404 finds another ring. Kev, I see Woods taking the shots back. Not gonna find him. It's a 3v3 now. The man pushing around the corner. Is he gonna find Smoils? No, Smoils will find the man, but the man will down Killinger. Will the res come out? A Miracle Dev on the backside of the objective. Him and 404 have to push through. The res will come out. Smoils and Killinger back up again. And the trade comes out again. Killinger goes down. Smoils needs a res, and Icy Woods, the last one alive, along with 404. The rotation has to come through. 404 finds Icy Woods, and G-Men stay in the series. 2-3. Fantastic play by 404. .404 finding the picks when he needed them. Oh, just fantastic stuff. I mean, those pushes around lane 4 were absolutely key. Being able to make those downs instead of just being down and out is huge. It was a huge, huge boost to G-Men there. Just Smoils and Killinger with their unfortunate positioning after that res. A good push. But wow. 404 making the killer play there. Not quite the cap G-Men would have wanted. Definitely going to throw off a bit of the rhythm here. They're going to need a defensive win and an offensive win if they want to tie this series up and sort of keep the tie train rolling. Beginners will now have to play their offense on that same objective. We will see how that pans out in just a few moments. Oh, literal moments. Round 6 is underway. G-Men looking to continue hanging on. Off the back of 404's fantastic play there to keep them in the series. They need to tie things up here quickly. No pre-fire coming out yet. Icy Woods and Kev on lane 4. The rest pushing through lanes 2 and 1. 1 in lane 3, the man with the peek. Kev finds the early pick onto 404. And that is one down in the playground. An aggressive push by 404. He's down right here. A surprising push, in fact. But the man will find the frag onto Kev. Should be a revive, however. Killinger with the confirmed shots coming out. They are being very cautious about this res. Right now, it's a 4v4, 1 res available for beginners. Killinger gonna opt to rotate back towards lane 4 and cover the res. Extra cautious, excuse me. Killinger going to be going for the res now onto Kev. Smoil's already pushed up on lane 2. If they get enough smokes on this, G-Men have a long distance to cover in order to try to get on this objective. I mean, this defense is nowhere near where it needs to be covering the cap. The grenade coming out will go a little long, doesn't catch the man. Some shots onto lane 1, not going to find anyone either as Smoil's tucked into lane 2. Him and Woods just watching really for any kind of flank. The man, the only one inside center house, though not a likely spot. This defense kind of has me scratching my head. You need to have at least one out close enough to the objective that if something goes wrong, I would say even front yard would be closer than the defense they're currently running. I don't know that they have full coverage, but we will see what happens as beginners continue to try to make their push. Kev will find the man as he peeks out of that center house, and now it's just 3 left on the defense. 5 beginners remaining. This could be the death knell for the G-Men here.
It's confirmed, I can see.
Smoils, Woods, and Killinger all here. Now Kev coming in for the reinforcement. I mean, at the same time, I guess as beginners, I would not expect everyone to still be in that spawn house, so there is sort of that element of surprise. But I see a smoke. Just waiting on Killinger's word here, it looks like. Smoil's tossing the first smoke out. Dr. Leo Marvin going to be pushing out on this side. Will Smoils be ready for this peek? Leo Marvin does find that pick. Starts to even things out. Leo Marvin, the first one to find a beginner. 2 minutes left. 3 in the center house. Icy Woods out on the corner of playground. Smoke starting to come out from center house. Leo Marvin and Miracle Dev all watching this inside corner. It's going to be a tough one. All these smokes on center house. Why are they not on objective? They want the center house so badly. 3 upstairs now in center house as they rush up and peek. Almost feels like they thought it was going to be center house objective. Look how many, so many people in the offense clearing the center house. Not a usual defensive spot either for this objective. Now 2 upstairs, Killinger rotating to lane 3, Icy Woods in 4. Minute and a half left. They've got to stay tucked in here. Leo Marvin may have a line on Woods 43 head. Does Woods spot him out first, though? The duck is interesting there. Woods 43 rotating around to lane 2. I think he might have had a line on him. I wonder if he's just trying to get a better spot. Kev now scanning the horizon. 60 seconds left. Beginners need to make a play here. Shots coming out towards objective. Just trying to keep him suppressed. Kev looking for the response shots on Miracle Dev. Will not find them. Pretty good green smoke there. The red also not bad, but blocking a lot of Kev's view. Woods 43 rotating through lane 1. Will Leo Marvin be ready for this? He's rotating at the... Oh, unfortunate timing there. Woods 43 finding Leo Marvin on the inside. Now it's just the 2 in spawn house watching the objective. Kev on the corner. Icy Woods on the inside corner. Zach Fontaine will find 1 pick. Kev on the inside sandbags. Miracle Dev. Wow. Killinger rushes the inside, finds Miracle Dev. Woods is heading upstairs. Double team kill! Killinger, Woods 43 team kill each other. And Kev, unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. G-Men staying alive at the mistake of beginners. What just happened? Beginners had that in the bag. And the team kill coming out at the front door. Zach Fontaine with Steel Reserve finds the last pick. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I can't do this. This is too much for one caster. G-Men stay alive against all odds, and they have 1 more chance to tie this up and keep the series close. Exhausting. Exhausting stuff. The final objective, G-Men on offense, beginners on defense. It is the center tank in the south. Oh, and they're getting underway. I don't think that is even a full minute and a half. G-Men want to keep it rolling. Beginners want to redeem themselves. Here we go. Gameplay underway. Round 7, map 2, series 2 of Group A.
Don't forget the ball.
The beginners bullpen. A little quiet there. G-Men pushing through lane 4. The man being aggressive as usual. Will the defense be ready for him this time? He's already on the slide, but beginners make 3 upstairs. It's going to make for a very difficult unseating of that defense. Icy Woods and Smoils the last 2 left in the objective building. Early nades coming out. Again, beginners expecting a bit more of an aggressive G-Men than G-Men have been playing. And now we settle in for the, not long wait, we hope, but for the setup of the G-Men offense to come through. The man with the nade toss out towards the tank. Lands a little bit too on the nose on the tank. Will not find any picks. Icy Woods and Smoils upstairs, holding that defensive line. .404 and Leo Marvin going to be the first ones to push through sort of the mid outside of the man. Killinger having to duck his head a little bit there. Some shots ring out onto the side of the house. A bit of pre-fire. G-Men still sort of getting set up here. The smoke starting to come out towards objective. The C4 detonation. A little too early. No one from the G-Men within range, but Zach Fontaine is on the outside. Killinger will be looking for that line. Smoyles looking for the head of Zach Fontaine. He does find it. And that is the first pick. Leo Marvin with an unfortunate team kill on to Miracle Dev. Just a res. He will be revivable, make it a 4v5, but G-Men, they need every last person here. I cannot imagine beginners will make the same mistake twice. This 404 looks for... I think that was Smoyles he was looking for up in the top window. But Icy Woods now aware of his position. 2 on the backside of center house. Beginners will be very aware of this positioning, and 404 does find Icy Woods downstairs. He will be good for callouts. Smoyles is tucked in. He's going to have to go for this res. Otherwise, it's a 4v4. He's coming down the stairs now. Res should be coming out. 3 downstairs in center house. Smoyles does manage the revive. Shots coming out towards Miracle Dev's position. Miracle Dev with the response. Nothing yet. 3 downstairs, 3 upstairs. Center house will have to shake out however center house shakes out. But this will likely decide who takes this map. Miracle Dev sending a few shots out. Leo Marvin from the downstairs as well. Miracle Dev rushes upstairs, finds Kev. It's a full trade. 3v4. Killinger now on the stairs. Is he going to come down? He rushes for the confirm. Leo Marvin misses the second confirm. He's pushing up. No. G-Men find the cap! Unbelievable. 404 finds the cap. What? How did we miss it? Oh, he pushed up with the distraction. The center. It even distracted me. Ladies and gentlemen, G-Men take map 2. 5-3. With the bamboozle play. Unbelievable. Can't believe I missed it. But what a play by G-Men. Exactly what they needed. Keeping it all tied up. We have sweep tied across the board for all 4 games so far. Holy cow. This is so huge. This is so big. For G-Men to take 5 points especially is so massive at this stage. Wow, 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 wow. Unbelievable. I can't believe I didn't even see. This is why you need co-casters, because co-casters would catch that kind of stuff. Oh boy, 404 finding the exact moment he needed in order to push in and get that cap under the nose of the defenders, all distracted by the mid-house play. Wow, 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 wow. Yeah, that just happened. All right, we're going to submit the scores. We're going to get ready for the 3rd round to kick off, so don't go too far. We have got G-Men and Mayhem happening right here on this channel. Beginners and Danglers will be on OML 2, but do not go anywhere. We will be right back. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back to it again. We are here for the third round, so got just a few moments here, I think, to go over how everything has shaken out up until this point. So I'm going to give you guys a basic overview of the standings. So currently, Mayhem in the top spot with 13 points. G-Man holding the second spot with 13 points. So it's actually a tie. The point differential gives Mayhem the victory so far. G-Man will be taking second. Danglers and Beginners are sharing third and fourth, which is, I don't know. It's crazy. It is crazy stuff. We have just enough time to get into our bans here. So the away ban, let me just confirm this. We just got the information in. So the away ban from Mayhem is going to be Suburbia, which, you know, after that display on Suburbia we just watched of G-Men coming back in a big way, does not surprise me. And then the ban coming out from the G-Men side is also not surprising. Quarantine will be the ban. Again, one of Mayhem's stronger maps. Not too surprising. The first map, though, is G-Men's pick, and it's going to be a tough one for Mayhem, I believe. The first map is Cargo. Cargo. We're going to see some of that shield play. We're going to see the Man and Zach Fontaine running that shield in the middle. Shield machine gun combo that we've seen throughout the back half of this last season. It has been devastating. I wonder if Mayhem are ready for it. Again, they're not big shield players, and I have not really opted to pay attention to how well they counter shields. But we will have the opportunity to view just that here in a few moments as the teams file into the lobby, get ready, get set up. We're just waiting on one. But do not go anywhere. This match is kicking off very, very soon. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, hopefully you are ready. Hopefully you are set, because it is time to go as we get into our first round of this third series? Who knows what to call them anymore. G-Men and Mayhem going head-to-head. G-Men on offense here. Far north green crate objective. The man running that shield like we know he does. Him and Zach Fontaine tend to run together, and they will be taking the tunnel approach, which is far better for that shield combo. A little bit of pre-fire coming out from the defensive side. The defense stacked on the backside of objective. Nobody getting too aggressive. Not going to play into G-Men's sort of slow hand here as they just start getting set up.
Keep watching it. Keep watching tunnel exit.
What is that?
Well, we've got a little bit of time here as the G-Men are expecting a bit of aggression, but Mayhem know the play. A little bit of pre-fire coming out. All 5 stacked behind the objective line. Taking a look at the overhead map, you can see they are not getting aggressive. They're going to let G-Men get in real close before they decide to make their pop-outs. The the shield here. I'm going to pop over Zach Fontaine's shoulder. I'm sorry, the man's shoulder into Zach Fontaine. A little bit of hand signals they're using.
One double stack area.
Man making some call-outs by hand, but call-outs not exactly accurate, as Mayhem are not in the double stacks. And already taken some fire, as you can see. Technic was in that position. The smoke should be obfuscating this push. The frag coming out a little too short. Not going to find any love, and the defense continues to stay relatively tucked as everybody else rejoins. Wookie will find the shield pick, though, as he blows the C4 up and gets the man down. Zach Fontaine with the res. Zach Fontaine on the inside of the smoke now, pushing through. He's looking for Defilade. James will be the one that actually finds that pick. It's just a down. The callouts will be coming out. The man, I think, lost his tablet? Who just lost their Oh, I hope... Oh, no! Defilade with the poorly thrown nade! Will down and out himself. 404 is on the inside here already. He's going to be dealing some damage. If the G-Men aren't careful, he rushes the corner. 404 finds one. He finds two. Can he find Wookie on the inside of the building? He can cap from there. He doesn't even have to look. 404's on the inside. PotatoBot finally gets wise to 404's push, and he's the last one left on the defense. As Zach Fontaine, the man, Leo Marvin, and Miracle Dev all make their push to the objective. 404 should have capped that, and I think we all know it. Leo Marvin makes the final push. PotatoBot finds the pick. Finds the bullet. And he will go down, and now G-Men will take their first round here on Cargo. Fantastic series, exactly the type of stuff we expect from the G-Men when it comes to the Cargo play. We saw the exact Man and Zach Fontaine play through the tunnel, and despite the fact that many in the league know they play this way and that they do this, they're still exceptionally difficult to counter. That C4 could have been exceptionally devastating if it had not just been a down, if it had been a kill. That round could have gone a little differently, but 404's sneaky little push into that red container really gave... It's reminiscent of a play from last week's Challenger Cup where during a Blaze match, Cryo made the same push, found 3 as well. A very solid play. If you can get up there and keep the defense distracted, it is a great way to push in. Most defenses will not expect sort of that middle area push from the outside. But we are now getting ourselves into round 2 of this third series.
Give one to Potato first. Potato gets first. No, it's okay. No, Potato, you need one. Grab one off the other person.
So far, we are in, if you have not been following, to a 4-map tie. 4 games, 4 ties. One map going one way, one going the other way. So this has all just been a points game. Who's been putting up the most points? So far, G-Men and Mayhem at the top. This game will decide who of the two will solidify their spot. If Mayhem is able to take one or both, they will secure, most likely, or very close to secure, their top spot, unless the other game has a clear victor, in which case all things can go topsy-turvy. PotatoBot and Defilade on the inside here. The man looking towards Defilade's position. He's going to have to be careful when he peeks back out. That is a very tight angle to check. And the man is a sharp shot when it comes to peeking that angle. Defilade will be looking for it, though. Or not. Or he decides to look away, but the man will now have to worry about PotatoBot crossing through. As he spots him out, there it is, the man finding one. Mayhem already down one. Defilade alerted to the gunfire, but no one's going to push out. It's going to rotate and adjust. Is James, Wookie, and Technic still in the spawn? Haven't pushed out too far. I mean, their angles have been long, but not a lot that they're going to be able to do from back there. The man on a very tight peek in the boxes here. Could spot James if James pushes through. Yeah, this is going to be who sees who first. Oh, the man continuing to stay tucked. And see, this game is all about timing. It's as much about timing as it is about skill. Will James re-peek that green corner when the man is looking? It doesn't look like it. Yep, he peeks a little late. The man might be hearing this communication, though. And there it is, the timing working out. James peeks out. The man finds his second. Wookie now alerted to this positioning. Defilade smoking, well, himself. Second smoke coming out will not do much good for 404's vision. Wookie here will have to deal with a very tight angle on the man, and the trade will come out. The man just down, the first down for Mayhem, as they are down to 2 left. Zach Fontaine will pick up Technic on that push through the tunnel. Defilade looking for the confirm for the man. Not going to find it just yet. That's going to allow callouts to keep flowing if he decides to push through. Ooh, what a mistake not to double tap that body officially. Leo Marvin almost finding Defilade on that peak. He's a 1v4 with the man's res still available. The nade coming out. Flash just a little too short. Now Defilade will have to find a new approach here. He might be able to get the res, but it's such a dangerous... I mean, you have to do it, right? You can't... It's 2v4, or sorry, 2v5 with the res available. Jeez, Technic's body teleports all the way up. And Zach Fontaine is able to clean up exactly what he started, leaving just Defilade to deal with the rest of the G-Man. 1v4.5. Nade coming out, not finding any purchase. Less than 2 minutes left. Oh, the peak is going to work out for Defilade as Zach Fontaine goes down. No res for the man just yet. 1v3. Still no confirm on the man. Could be the luckiest confirm I've seen in a long... or non-confirm I've seen in a long time. Shots ring out towards... Oh boy. Shots ring out towards Dr. Leo Marvin. I'm sorry, Miracle Dev. Not gonna land as he pushes through this side. 404 likely gonna be the one to have to deal with this situation as Leo Marvin stays tucked in. 60 seconds left on the clock. Defilade having to make his push now. Ooh, Miracle Dev on the reinforcement here for 404. Could be just what they need. Defilade sends a few rounds down, keeps Leo Marvin honest, but time is running out. 40 seconds left. Miracle Dev not able to take the shot. I think he was aware that someone crossed. Leo Marvin aware on this door, though. Is Defilade going to be ready for him? No, he's not. Dr. Leo Marvin finds the kill and the second point for G-Men in this first map. So far, it has been a G-Men route, but the objective has shifted. G-Men now swap to the other side of the map. They're going to have to attack heading south. Mayhem on the defense. Gameplay kicking off round 3. Oh, never mind. I apologize. It is a round reset. Seems to be a technical issue of some sort. We'll take you back to the scoreboard just a moment while they iron it out. If you are just tuning in, welcome, welcome, welcome. You've missed a good amount of action here on Master League 1. And a pretty fair amount on Master League 2 as well. We are in our final round of the Group A stage of the round robins for the day. But we are by no means yet decided, as this game has really just gotten underway in this first map. And if you're already viewing, thank you. Thank you for sticking around and watching with us. We do appreciate it. Shout out again to all of you folks watching at the DreamHack Atlanta event. We do appreciate you guys coming to check it out. Get in on this this VR action, this Onward action as soon as you can. We want to be seeing all kinds of fresh names next season and new teams. The man, Zach Fontaine, pushing through the middle. The shield tucked in. Keeping those bullets safe, but PotatoBot loses his life. I'm sorry, Zach Fontaine loses his life to PotatoBot. The man will find the down and out, however, on the refrag for Wookie. And that is going to be 4v4. Very quickly. A nice little nade there. The man just able to defend it. Oh, actually, it's right on the corner there. Not able to find him, and now the man looking for his long-range pick onto Potato if he decides to re-peek. 5 minutes left, 4v4.
Might be hearing movement behind mid-floor.
The offense all stacked up here, not pushing through just yet, looking for a pick, but Mayhem able to get across 3 to the objective side, which is a huge boon. Means they don't have to rotate too much in case PotatoBot goes down. They do have enough coverage on the defense. Smokes now starting to pour in. 404 and Dr. Leo Marvin going to be pressuring Defilade on this south side. At least one. He's going to have to go down. PotatoBot does have that long-range peek. Shots ringing out towards the middle. 404. Pushing this advantage. Just gets out of PotatoBot's view here. I'm surprised PotatoBot's not seeing him. There it is. PotatoBot finds the pick onto 404 and makes it a 4v3. Miracle Dev on the inside. The man and Leo Marvin in the smoke. Miracle Dev does find PotatoBot on the inside. The man now with the shield. Defilade sandwiched on both sides. Leo Marvin will find the pick there. Not sure how Defilade downed himself, but the man's on the inside with the shield. James Boak coming over the top, not able to shoot, and he does find the bottom of a Miracle Dev finds Technic, and G-Men continue their tear on this objective as they go 3-0. And Mayhem very much not prepared for this G-Men playstyle, it looks like. There's just not a lot that they can do to stop the man, the shield, and these fantastic plays that the G-Men have been putting up. They have one last chance to stay in map 1 before it goes to their map choice. For those of you interested but not tuned in on the Master League 2, there is Beginners versus Danglers. Currently they are on map 1, Quarantine, and the score is 2-0. So they are, well, it also feeling like a rout so far in the beginning of these first maps. But we will see. It's not over yet. We've seen quite a few upsets already today, and I'm not going to be surprised if there's another upset here. G-Men have to be on the ball the entire time. Round 4 underway. Mayhem on the offense need to put something on the board to stay in map 1. Otherwise, the pressure goes to map 2. Keeping G-Men locked out there. A whole host of pre-fire here. You can see the laser grid. Defense not getting set up quite the way they wanted to. Now they'll have to cross through pre-fire. Zach Fontaine and 404 just waiting as 3 of members of Mayhem send rounds towards him. pre-fire is very good. The only problem is they're not pushing the advantage. They're not pushing anybody into the position that pre-fire opens up. Now 404 is on the inside here, and Mayhem will likely not be ready for him because no one was here to catch him on that rotation. The whole point of that suppressing fire is to keep somebody from getting to a position. If you're not capitalizing on that positional loss on the defense, you're basically just wasting bullets. Still 5 up, though, on both sides, and things can shake out in all manner of different ways as we are only a minute in. First smoke comes out. It is not going to have a great effect. Enough for Defilade to cross semi-safely, but now 404 will be the one in range to get this pick. Ooh, and Defilade finds Leo Marvin, though, with that pre-fire. The confirm does come out. The lasers panning over this entryway. 404 needs to stay quiet. He can definitely surprise at least one, if not two of these members. Technic and James pushing down towards tunnel. So far, nobody making those peaks. Maybe Miracle Dev might get antsy. No, he's just holding down the exit so far. And 404 finally pushing out on the inside. Does find one. Wookie going down to that pick. And just like that, Potato Bot with the refrag will make it a 4v3. Mayhem now in an advantageous position. There's really no one on the objective side. The Molotov coming out on the roof there. We'll drop down, and that's a funny little pattern for the Molotov to take up. Well, those nades not having much effect. I mean, Mayhem could just set up and, you know, throw a couple smokes on objective and just watch G-Men rush across to try to stop the cap. Potato Bot sending probably an erroneous shot out there. As James and now Technic pushes out here. Miracle Dev gives up the angle a little too early. Could have been hearing Technic's rotation here. Technic will tuck in. And now I think he'll be hearing Miracle Dev's footsteps. Could be very dangerous. It's a dangerous spot for him to be in right now. The only one really watching OBJ is Zach Fontaine in the middle, and Defilade going to be running into him pretty soon on this angle. Miracle Dev taking a few shouts toward Technic. Maybe hearing a comm. The man makes the peek onto Potato Bot, finds one. James looking for this refrag. Will peek the corner a little slow. The man not ready.
-1 triple stacks.
Will go down. Now 2 left. Zach Fontaine and Miracle Dev. Defilade finds Miracle Dev on the inside. Zach Fontaine hears the shots. Will Defilade be ready for Zach Fontaine's position? This is probably the best defensive position you could hold at this stage. He's got 3 to deal with, though. As the smokes rain down, Technic on the backside, 2 on the front. Defilade pushing in with Tablet out. Doesn't make it. But the callouts will be ready. He will be able to give away Zach Fontaine's position. The confirm needs to come out. Is he going to give it in time? Oh, if only those smokes were better. And forced rotations. Zach Fontaine holding on. He needs to get this defensive round to give G-Men a fighting chance to take the map. He finds another one. That's 2 down, but not out. Technic needs to find the backside of Zach Fontaine while he's rotating. Is he going to do it? They've just basically swapped spots at this point. Technic looking for the shots. He does find him. Zach Fontaine goes down. Mayhem stay alive in this first map. Whew. And if you are prone to stress, this is not the match you want to be watching. I mean, this is not the games you want to be watching. We have just been playing, you know, balls to the wall, pedal to the metal, non-stop, unbelievable action in these quarterfinals. This is a level of play that I don't think we have seen in the league so far this early in the championship run, in the postseason run. Usually you see plays, of this caliber in the semis. But it just goes to show the overall skill gap has been closing so rapidly with teams in the VRML that newer teams or sort of reshuffled teams like Mayhem are getting up there to the likes of Globochem, to the likes of beginners, the teams that have been around for a very, very long time. And it is so exciting to watch. These are some fantastic games. So glad we could bring them to you on this fine Saturday afternoon. We are going to be getting the Mayhem on defense now. Trying to continue to hang on as G-Men went on a 3-0 tear there before Mayhem snapped one back with that clutch play from Technic to find Zach. Now it is going to be a very tense defensive round for Mayhem. At the very least, they need to be keeping their point values, their point spread, as low as possible, because that is going to help decide the tie between them. But gameplay is underway. Round 5 is kicking off, and G-Men on the offense now. Can they put something together and put this first map to bed, or will Mayhem continue to try to claw their way back here in round 1?
Yeah, it was not at the end of the tunnel. It's just further up.
Quick push on the inside of Wookiee there. Not going to find much. A little bit of pre-fire into the third lane. Going to keep the offense tucked. And Zach Fontaine a little desynced there, but finally starting to push up, and this is the kind of play I'm talking about. This is that. They're still practicing it, they're still coordinating it, but it is so dangerous for other people to make these guys their challengers. 1 minute gone, some smoke starting to come out, cause a little bit of a ruckus. 404 again on this middle side. I wonder if Mayhem's going to be ready for him this time. One on the far east side as well. He's got a nice little crossfire set up with 404. It'll be a hard one to spot, but an easy one to pre-fire is Potato Bot tucked in the back. Ooh, now the blinding smoke coming out. Leo Marvin should be able to make a pretty okay cross with this. A little bit more smoke coming out on objective. G-Men starting to set up their push. A little bit of pre-fire as he came around the corner for Leo Marvin, clearing that room. The smoke now being pushed up onto Technic. Less good, though. Potato Bot now has an angle. So does Technic. This is the problem with directional smokes, but I don't know if it's going to matter. 3 G-Men pushed up on the inside. They've got to find 1 or 2. Leo Marvin finds Technic on the inside. 404 is on the same wall he was at in that first round when he made the offensive push. Man looking for a pick. Wookiee finding Zach Fontaine, the man now without a gunner. 404 on the inside. Leo Marvin, Potato Bot find 1. Wookiee with a grenade takes out the shield. 404 is on the inside. He finds a trade. It's just Wookiee left. 2 G-Men left. Miracle Dev. Leo Marvin on the objective. Will Wookiee be able to stop this cap? Leo Marvin finds the kill. There is no cap that will come out, and Mayhem go down. G-Men go up in the first map. 404 with 6 kills. The man with 6 himself. Leo Marvin with 5. G-Men commanding that cargo map. And now we will be heading to decide our second map. What'll it be, chat? Let us know. Let us know what you think it will be. right, second map loading up, and it is going to be, I guess it shouldn't be a surprise at this point. We've seen it a lot in the league. Subway is going to be map 2. The choice by Mayhem. And it's going to be a fun one, that's for sure. We've seen some crazy plays already on Subway early on with that beginners round to kick us off. But we will see how it pans out for G-Men here. Mayhem obviously feeling pretty confident taking it 4-0 against the beginners. We'll see if they can keep that streak alive, or if G-Men can break the tie, break the cycle, rise above, and take the second map to solidify potentially first or second place in this round robin. You are not tuned into the Master League 2 channel. Quarantine just went the way of beginners, 4-0, so that is going to start shaking up the standings between the two of them. Currently, they are battling for sort of third and fourth. But if beginners take the full win here, then a tie between Mayhem and G-Men will make it all come down to points for who gets second spot. All right, the timer has gone off.
Take your time, guys. Get a couple of clicks first.
Smoke.
And gameplay is underway as Mayhem look to take a map against G-Men here, picking into Subway.
Oh, it just fell through the fucking ground.
It's alright. Try and drop your gun. Deflate with us. Deflate with us.
Defilade is not with you as Defilade pushes out towards the south.
Doing the south push thing, like you said. Oh my Christ, I fucking said.
Oops. A little bit of miscommunication there on the Mayhem offensive side. Wonder if that's going to cause any sort of problems for them down the road. Defilade not rotating in the direction they were meant to rotate. The G-Men defense set up pretty solid here. Covering almost every angle, yeah, I believe, actually. Wookiee will have to deal with no one on the catwalk so far. So catwalk's the only one that's kind of open. But otherwise, a very solid defense here, covering every potential first angle. Technic and the man here might get into a shootout pretty soon. They're sort of getting set up. And I do want to take this moment while we wait for the teams to get into their positions and start the actual firefighting to thank our sponsors, VR Cover and ProTube VR. We do appreciate you guys. They are providing some of the prizes for the players here that they're battling it out for in our Season 8 championships. We do appreciate that. Go check out their stuff if you haven't already. It is fantastic. Smoke now coming out from Technic. A little bit of a flash there. It's gonna, yep, looks like it may have connected a bit with Technic. But he's not going to continue to push that angle. Man to watch here will be Wookiee. Wookiee can get a line on quite a few defenders here if he's careful when he comes down this path. Potato Bot already in the basement as well. If he finds his way up these stairs, I'm not sure who's in trouble. I guess the band would be the main pick there. The Mayhem getting set up. 2.5 minutes burned. Defilade coming up those south stairs as well. I'm sorry, north stairs. Here comes likely our first bit of action. 404 is watching that stairwell push, and the man tucked in nicely. PotatoBot's got to stay pretty quiet. Looking over the top of the stairs. Will he spot PotatoBot first? No, PotatoBot finds the pick. That's going to alert the man to this position. And PotatoBot is down the stairs and out. The man playing quite cautious. He's got to be careful here. If he gets too aggressive and Wookie finds that corner on the inside, it's going to be a problem. But Defilade finds another one in Zach Fontaine on lane 2. Oh, I'm sorry, track 2. Lanes, tracks, they're all the same. The man should have an angle on PotatoBot as he pushes up these stairs here. But he's going to have to be careful. If he pushes back out, it's going to be a real problem. Leo Marvin with the C4 will find James as he pushes down. Wookie does find the man inside the train car, and this opens up the south quite a bit. It's a 4v2 for the G-Man. Leo Marvin on the objective, but smokes are out already. Leo Marvin finds the confirm onto James. PotatoBot should have heard those shots. Leo's going to have trouble here. Coming out, the rotation is poorly timed. Miracle Dev, the only one left on the objective. Will they go for cap? Miracle Dev's got to be pre-firing. He does indeed pre-fire the smoke. And that should give his position away and wrap things up for Mayhem as PotatoBot does find the pick onto Miracle Dev. And Mayhem go up 1-0 here in map 2. PotatoBot, fantastic job finding 3 kills there on his south approach. And now it is going to be G-Men's turn to put something together on that same objective. They cannot go the way of beginners and get 4-0. They need to put points up. It is still too tight of a series to decide, to decide to go easy on map 2. And another tie could put things, I don't know, all topsy-turvy if the second game goes into a tied series. Currently that match is still on round 1, so we have no indicators for outcome, but this one is going strong already. We'll see exactly what happens, though, because round 2 is now kicking off. The G-Man now on offense.
I think they can meet us at the stairs pretty much right away, so let me go first. Gotcha.
Man will be pushing those south stairs with the shield while the rest find another entrance. Leo Marvin will push the north stairs. So we'll follow along with Zach Fontaine and the shield here. Sounds like a fun band name. Zach Fontaine and the shield. The man finding the early shots from PotatoBot. Now, this is an interesting position for PotatoBot. His best option here is just to not peek. It is so hard to get a grenade down there. It is so hard to get a kill on this peek, especially against a shield. So he needs to be communicating this information to the defense and just letting the rest of his players handle it when they decide to push out. But again, that is a difficult call to make when you're in-game. And that's why it's hard to get nades in. See what I'm talking about? So if he stays tucked in, the rest of the defense might be able to hold him. 404 fighting with James Boak, and it's a trade. 404 will win. He is just downed, but James is totally out as the man continues to look for PotatoBot's juicy melon.
Come on down to the wall. I'm going to smoke where he's at, and then you
Man throwing the smoke out. Not a great smoke. Potato Bot on the peak. The man looking for it. Zach Fontaine now. Ooh, and Leo Marvin with a botched nade will kill himself in the north. Wow, he was completely uncontested. Not sure exactly how that happened. Miracle Dev will find the revive on 404, however, that it will make it a flat 4v4 as Potato Bot just continues to make this battle for the South. He is stalling them out quite well, but there's still 4 minutes remaining, and they need Defilade. They need Technic, someone to rotate in and help with this. Potato Bot just under pressure this whole time. The South is going to get swarmed here if they come up the stairs. 404 going to be pushing the north stairs, and Miracle Dev likely going to come up the south. But this is a really tricky situation for G-Man. They can't advance until Potato Bot is dead. And they can't kill him unless they push. So there needs to be a shakeup here, either by the defense or the offense. Another smoke comes out. This one far better this time. Now the push can come out. They've blinded the defense. Potato Bot should be able to make some sort of a rotation. Zach Fontaine's on the inside already, and Defilade's not even watching in the smoke. Zach Fontaine makes the yellow room. If he stays tucked, he might catch the corner of the man. He does! The man goes down. That's a huge pick for Mayhem right now. Zach Fontaine. Here's the shots. Miracle Dev coming up through the south. Potato Bot rushing Zach Fontaine's position. Will he be ready for it? The sound of the smokes might be obfuscating these footsteps. Zach Fontaine finds one. 404 finds another. Potato Bot frags the back of Zach Fontaine, and that is going to make it a 2v2 as Miracle Dev and 404 push onto the objective. Miracle Dev aware of Potato Bot's position. Is he going to find him inside the door? He might. He rotates through. Potato Bot's not ready. I don't think he heard him. Miracle Dev does find the kill. It's all up to Wookie now, who hears the push in by Miracle Dev, but he's still in a very disadvantageous position. This could be a cap from G-Man if they play this exactly right. They need to play the distraction play to try to get the upper hand. Wookie. Oh, there's so many spots. You can cap from behind that map right there. So you can just sneak behind it and you wouldn't even know you're there. 2 minutes left. G-Men have to just find one. I believe they have accurate... No, I'm sorry. They do not have accurate count. And neither does Wookie. Ooh, the tension ramps up. It's 1 minute and 30 left. Wookie has to hold versus 2. How will they decide to make this push? 404 looking for any rotations coming from that east side. Miracle Dev, meanwhile, making this approach. If Wookie stays relatively quiet, he can catch Miracle Dev out, but the problem will be that 404 can make a very sneaky approach. He's got to be vigilant. He has to be rotating like this. Let's take it from the point of view of Wookie. 404 just on the other side of the benches. He is hearing Miracle Dev now. If 404 pushes out at the exact time that Miracle Dev does. And there it is. 404 does find the corner of Wookie. A very nice attempt, but unfortunately not enough. And G-Men will take their first point, tying the series up here in map 2. Beginners have also taken their first round in that second map. So the way this shakes out will definitely shape the outcome of those standings. It's going to be a close one, ladies and gentlemen. Stick around for every last moment of this one. All right. We are underway again as round 3 now kicks off.
I'll be on security detail once we get down there, okay?
Alright.
Magazine, please, Kit.
Yes.
Here, another one. Hurry. Come on. It's alright. Take your time.
And there it is. 3 seconds left. Everyone's got their drum mags. And Mayhem will push 4 down the stairs here, and Defilade will be heading towards the north or the catwalk. Yeah, it looks like the catwalk. Mayhem looking to put themselves up here on offense again, as G-Men were able to do the same as them in the first round. The objective is the sub-basement. Looks like Leo Marvin's doing some stretches down there. I see you stretching, buddy. Scratching the nose. Trying to check the tablet, but can't grab the tablet. Stretching the shoulder. Fantastic stuff. Really an active series. Hey, they've been playing for 4 or 5 hours, man. You gotta stretch. You gotta keep limber. And he is on the sort of last resort defense, as some may call it. Let's check in here with the man who is watching the most prevalent angle, as PotatoBot will peek this corner. Oh, and he just looked away at the wrong time. PotatoBot will find the headshot onto the man. Very nice little snap. And a C4 detonation a little early. Smoke comes out, it's not bad. Very good death sounds. Very good. Really solid. The offense there pretending that they had been downed by that C4, trying to bait out some defenders, but no one within range of the poor theatrics of the Mayhem offense. The double tap on the man, but all the guns trained towards this hallway. They're going to have to create some sort of distraction. Defilade will be first among them to create that distraction. The north stairs will need some form of attention. But 4 members of Mayhem, gosh, they're lucky that that C4 already went off. Could be a whole team going down here. Red smoke coming in. And the pre-fire coming out from the defense. PotatoBot could be the first one to catch a bullet here. As he looks for the long-range shot, he finds it as Zach Fontaine goes down. Miracle Dev, the next one on the chopping block here as Mayhem pushes through. Should be hearing a lot of these comms, or at least some. PotatoBot finds another. These long-range picks working out for Mayhem. Now just 2 left. Defilade on the north stairs. He's going to have to deal with Leo Marvin. If Leo Marvin goes down, this could be it for G-Men. This could be a huge loss. Miracle Dev finds one. Leo Marvin finds Defilade with that C4, and James will be the one picking up Miracle Dev and making it a 3v1. Now G-Men just down to 1. Leo Marvin on the stairs. He could just push down and cap this. Leo Marvin's not... Oh, he is checking it. There it is. James Boak goes down. Leo Marvin takes a bullet. 2 Mayhem left. 1 G-Man left. Who will take this round? 20 seconds ago, I would have said Mayhem had this in the bag. Now, as soon as this smoke clears, we'll have a pretty clear answer to that question. Technic sending a few rounds down, going to give himself away. The smokes are running out. Leo Marvin should be able to spot this. He does find the kill, but Wookie on the backside finds Leo Marvin, and Mayhem will take that Marsoc round. Going up 2-1. Those picks from Potato Bot so key there. 7-2 so far in this Subway series. What a fantastic play there. Those picks, those long-range picks really working out for them, and G-Men almost clawing back with a solid series of plays by Dr. Leo Marvin. That C4 to find Defilade. Another pick onto Technic in the smoke, almost bringing it back. But a nice bit of coordination there by Mayhem as they push down in unison, able to find the refrag quickly and get up on the points. Now they go to defense. Same objective, sub-basement. Can they hold G-Men off, make it a 3-1, and put the pressure on them, keep it in a tie series, and potentially keep the second spot? The game on Master League 2 has ended. Welcome. Welcome, everybody, from Master League 2. That did, I believe, go commandingly to the beginners. So this will decide the second spot, the second seed for the semifinals next weekend. Getting back into gameplay, round 4.
Let's just go this way. Let's just push this hard. Let me go first. Out of the way. Out of the way.
No. Let me go first. No, me.
No. What, you?
No, me. Go. Go. Fucking go!
Oh my fuck!
Okay, all right. Language, G-Men. Jeez. Not able to figure out which way they're going to go or who's going to go first. Real Abbott and Costello situation happening here for the G-Men, but they've got to wisen up, focus up, and try to get this Marsoc win to stay in the series. As now, let's zoom our way down here. James and Wookie will be the first ones they'll have to deal with. Let's see. Let's play a game of Can You Spot the C4? There it is. Found it. Where's Waldo? Pretty good placement. Difficult to disarm. Have to peek it in order to see it. I approve. I imagine Wookie has got the clacker. Let's find out. Do you have the clacker? Yes, there it is. Clacker is there. On the right breast. So if James goes down, Wookie has the ability to blow all of that up.
Is that Deflate too close? Right, it's all you, Deflate. We don't have you back.
Defilade is on his own. The defense has let him know. Too bad. Too bad, so sad. You're on your own up there in track 3. Defilade is hearing this. If he's patient enough, he can find, well, he might not have the option here as 404 pushes this inside angle. But if he's patient enough, he can find the back of maybe 2. And the one they need to really focus on is the man. That shield is so devastating on Subway. 404 pushing out onto the track. Will he be ready on the corner? Defilade not ready. Peeker's advantage coming into massive play there as Defilade goes down. And now it is a 4v5. The approach from Miracle Dev. Interesting choice of flashlight here. Frag Cook comes out. Miracle Dev looking for the long peek, and the grenade is good! Unbelievable roll by that grenade. Is going to find Miracle Dev. He had to push out and get that confirmed. Luckily, nobody was backing up Miracle Dev there, because that could have been really dangerous, and that's going to make it a 4v4 just as quickly as Defilade had gone down. Potato Bot and Technic now having to deal with 3 pushing down north stairs. Smoke's coming down and through. Check frag will not find any. 404 pushing the smokes out. The offense starting to get through. 404 on the inside already. He could take Pat out and Cap from here. This could be a 3 and 2. The smoke is too much coverage. The man finds the pick. Potato Bot with the knife. 404 can't get the code in on time. It's 3 to 1. Zach Fontaine finds another. He's got Pat out. He's taking shots. Can they get him? No, G-Men will find the cap in the end. Unbelievable. Zach Fontaine with the second attempt on the cap will get it for G-Men, and they will go up 3 to 2 on the series. Unbelievable. Unbelievable offensive play there. Holy smokes. The steel reserve you have to cap in that situation is just fantastic. Truly spectacular play by Zach Fontaine, getting 2 points for the G-Men there. And now Mayhem will have to fight to stay in the series and potentially go to the semis. Otherwise, G-Men will lock it in with a potential victory on this map. Ooh, boy, it's a very, very intense series y'all have tuned into today. Mayhem now getting the Chinatown objective. Probably not the one they would have wanted. Obviously, for those of us that have played quite a bit of Onward, you generally would want the North Stairs objective on offense. Gives you a bit better of an opportunity to push through. But Mayhem, not having such luck, will have to deal with the upstairs Chinatown objective. Round 5 now underway.
No, go south. Same as last time.
Potato Bot, James Boak heading up these north stairs. 3 heading south. We'll track the north while the south gets set up as 404. And 2 members of Mayhem will have to duke it out here. Already a series underneath the objective. 404, will he peek this corner? 2 watching him. Could be a trade, though. He's hearing the sounds. 404 makes the peek. He finds both! 404 with the clutch play in the north. He's going to find 2. And just like that, Mayhem is down to 3. Unfreaking believable with 404 today. Somebody give that man a raise. He has been the linchpin of all of G-Men's victories so far. I mean, you know, the rest of them done fine too, I guess. But a great series of plays there by 404 has consistently kept the team alive through these clutch situations. Just like that, he's made it a 3v5. Now Mayhem with the uphill battle, the cap not looking so likely now, as Defilate's going to be pushing into a pretty dangerous situation here with 2 tucked in. He's going to need the distraction of Technic and Wookiee. They're coming up the stairs nice and slow. Don't want to give too much away, but Miracle Dev will not give up this corner peek, and he has no reason to as they've got 5 up. Mayhem will definitely need a stroke of luck here. Will Wookiee be ready for this? I mean, this is such a tight angle. This is so difficult to hold. Miracle Dev gives up on it, maybe a little too early. This would be the second time that he gives up on an angle this early. Potentially to his detriment. Is he going to re-peek it in time? He might even already be able to see his leg. I can't do it. Peek it. Just peek it, Miracle Dev. It's going to stay tucked in. Wookiee's going to make it out. Technic along with him. Oh my goodness, you can cut the tension here with a knife. Defilade needs to find his way down. The C4 goes off in his face. In his face. Does not even down him. Unreal with these explosives. But doesn't matter. Call it a poorly placed C4 or whatever. Zach Fontaine will find the first pick on the south. Miracle Dev with the peak finds Technic, and Mayhem is likely down and out of this series, as Defilade is the last one alive. Defilade finds one. He's not out yet. He will go down swinging. Oh. Oh, no. Oh, no. An unfortunate glitch? I don't really know what happened there. He seems to have gone for his needle and shot himself in the hand. I'm not 100% sure what happened there, but either way, it doesn't matter because G-Men are going to take the series from Mayhem 2 maps in a row and solidify their spot in the semifinals next weekend. Holy cow, ladies and gentlemen. We just watched a whole lot of pretty insane Onward. Oh, my goodness gracious. Well, that is going to do it, I think, for us here at the casting desk today. Yeah, I don't even have words. I mean, I have used all my words for everything we have watched up until this point, and I am completely out of words as it is. This should, yeah, I'm looking at the standings now, and it will likely solidify G-Men's position in the semifinals stage next weekend. But you're going to have to tune in tomorrow, because tomorrow, starting 9 a.m. Pacific, 12 Eastern, we are going to be kicking off the Group B round-robin stage. And that is going to be Globochem, SMC Tactical, Vikings, and Rome duking it out for the other 2 spots in the semis. That is going to be a very exciting time. Please do not miss it. If you are tuning in from home, set your alarms now. And if you're tuning in remotely, do it again. Just keep doing it. Just keep tuning in to this Onward goodness that we are bringing you today. That being said, thank you to our sponsors, VR Cover and ProTube VR, for sponsoring the league and all the fantastic prizes that our players are playing for. Do very much appreciate it. Thank you to everybody in the Twitch chat. We have been seeing the bits, we have been seeing the subs, we have been seeing the follows, and we love, love, love your guys' appreciation and monetary compensation, I guess we'll call it. That all goes to helping the casters and the league improve and run smoothly, and we really, really, really do appreciate it. Thank you so much for doing that. Those of you tuning in from DreamHack Atlanta, thank you so much for hanging out with us and watching some fantastic Onward. We hope you've had a good time. Please do come back tomorrow if you will be at the event. There will be more Onward action then. Again, if you're interested in joining the league or any of the respective games that the VR Master League has to offer, if you're at the DreamHack Atlanta event, talk to Sleepy and Nightfire. They're both there representing the casting group and all of the series of games that we support. But you can also head over to vrmasterleague.com, where you can check out every game, sign up to be, a caster, a player, start your own team, whatever you want for whatever game that we currently support. So please go out and do that. But this has been Noman with a 4. I also want to thank Triple Nipple for casting on Master League 2 with me today. It's been a very long day, but we do appreciate you guys sticking it out with us. That is going to do it from the casting desk. We do appreciate, again, all of you guys coming to tune in, and we will see you bright and early tomorrow. Thanks a lot.